Hey everyone, welcome back to another project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack recipe app in React Native using MongoDB as the backend. So if you find it interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So initially, let's look into the demo part of the video. So as you can see, we have the initial screen being shown onto the screen. That is your home screen. And we basically have 4 tabs. That is your Discover tab, your Community tab, where all of the posts are going to show up, your meal plans, as well as your Profile tab. So initially in the home screen, as you can see, we're going to show some recommended food items to the user based on their particular cuisine. As you can see, we have around 10 recommended items and we have a nice looking design that is being shown to the user. And for each product item, we have the image, the item name, and the time it's going to take to cook, okay, and all the other details as well. So once you press on any one of the food item, it should take you to the recipe screen where it should show you some more details that is for that particular food item. Let's press on, let's say this one. So as you can see, we go to the next screen, which is rice and peas with coconut curry mackerel. This is your recipe name and these are all of the ingredients for this particular recipe, and these are all of the steps for cooking this particular recipe. So as you can see, we have even the stepwise instructions or implementations being done over here for each of the product items. So let's say I go to this one, slow cooker lamb curry. So again, we have all of the ingredients and all of these are the steps. So similarly, you can check for all the other products as well. So just like this is your implementation for the discover screen that is much related to the UI part itself. So the next screen we have is your meal plan screen inside of your meal tab. So here basically we're going to show some basic meal plans to the user. Okay, so once you press on any kind of meal plan, you should be navigated to that particular screen showing the design for that particular meal plan, that is all of the 4 recipes. So similarly for all the other ones, we have few different recipes being shown over here, as you can see. Okay, so just like that. So this is also related to the design part. So next we have the community screen where all of the posts are going to be shown. Okay, so you can see the person who has posted and the time as well. So as you can see, it was posted 11 days ago, and this is your food name, that is the recipe name, and this is some kind of description by the user that they have added while posting it. Okay, so this is your description part. So once you press on like, automatically you should be able to like this particular post. So anyone who is currently logged in or a person who is currently registered within our app, they can be able to like a post or even create a post. Let's try to like over here. So there you go. Currently this user is not logged in. It says please log in. You need to be logged in to like a post or to create a new post. So you can directly go to this button, that is go to profile, or you can directly go over here. Okay, so this is a simple kind of design for the profile part. So here in this particular tab itself, you can either log in or you can either register. So let's press on sign in over here. So as you can see, need an account, sign up. If you go over here, you should be able to create a new account. If you already have an account, you can sign in. So I have already created my account in the backend. So I'm just going to, log in with that particular user credentials. So I'm going to enter my mail with which I've created the account as well as my password and then log in. So just like that, currently we are logged into the application and this is our current profile. I've just shown it in a very simple way, that is the name as well as the profile with the email and your logout button as well. So now if you go back to the community screen and press on like, you should be able to like this particular profile. Okay, now the profile, the post, let's try to like this one. It has 0 likes. So this was posted by a person known as Praveen, that is 11 days ago, and this is your recipe. Let's press on this one. So there you go. Just like that, we're able to see that particular like being shown onto the screen. And we also do have the comments part as well. So once you press on this particular comment, that is which says one comment, it should take you to the next screen, as you can see over here. So here basically we're going to show the post and we're going to show the comments that is already added by some other people. So as you can see, Praveen has added a comment which says amazing recipe. Let's also try to add a comment. I'm just going to say this is too good, and then I'm going to press on post. So as you can see, just like that, Sujan has added a comment, this is too good, that is just a few seconds ago. Alright, so once you come back over here, so there you go, we also have the refresh button, that is pull to refresh. It's going to pull the latest posts from the backend part. Okay, so just like that, we are able to like a post as well as interact with a particular post by adding a comment. Okay, so that's pretty much it. This is your post screen where you can create a post. So you can pick an image, enter the recipe name, show some description, and then press on post. Let's see how exactly this works. I'm going to choose a pick an image. So I've already downloaded few food images from Google, so you can add in some random images. So let's say I'm going to add the same one itself again. That got selected. So I'm going to give the recipe name, and I'm going to give a brief description. I'm going to say this is my favorite recipe, something like this. So once we press on post, it's also going to show you the percentage, that is how much exactly the progress is over, in a form of a model, just to give a really good UI experience to the user. Let's press on post. You should be seeing that onto the screen. So there you go, posting 100% done. And then we come back over here, we are able to see our latest post being shown onto the screen, which is posted by me itself, that is a few seconds ago. Okay, so yes, that's it about this particular tab, that is the community screen. And pretty much we have gone through all of the other remaining tabs as well. So we'll be implementing this much in this particular project. Also, I forgot about the chatbot. So once you press on the plus icon, you'll be taken to the mail query screen. That is just like this. So it's going to say, hi, I am your AI powered copilot in the kitchen, with some other random text. So here we're just going to make use of the API and then try to get some information. So let's say these are some of the hard coded values that are present over here. That is, suggest a recipe with chicken rice, and can you suggest a classic Greek salad recipe, as well as this one. So I'm going to press on this. If at all it does has the answer, it's going to give it. Else it is just going to say, I do not know the answer to it, or your connection might not be correct. So let's press on this. So as you can see, it's thinking correctly. So as you can see, it's finally giving the recipe, and we're able to see all of the things, that is servings, ingredients required, as well as the recipe name, as well as the description for that particular recipe. So we're going to build something similar to this. It's going to be very simple itself. Okay, so this is the last part, that is the chatbot. So let's get started by building this project. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button, and then let's get started with the project right away. So now the first step is to create a fresh new React Native project. So let's go do that. So currently I've just opened up my VS Code application. So here let's go and then create a new project. So currently I've just opened up my terminal. So first of all, I'm going to go into my build folder. I'm going to say cd build, and here I'm going to execute npx add react native community /CLI init. Let's press on enter. So this should basically ask us the project name. So you can give any project name you want to. So in my case, I'm going to say recipe app, let's say YouTube, and then press on enter. So as you can see, it's currently downloading the project template. So it's going to take in a couple of minutes to to initialize all of the required dependencies, as well as the project structure for us. So let's give it a couple of minutes to initialize our project for us. Alright, so now it's asking, do you want to install CocoaPods now? So by default, the option would be set to no. So I'm just going to press on enter now. So as you can see, it has completed setting up the project for us, and it is given the instructions, that is run instructions for your Android, as well as run instructions for your iOS. So these are the instructions for Android. So you just need to go into the project directory and then execute npx react native run Android. So since we are on the iOS, these are the required steps for iOS. So first of all, go into your project directory, then go into your iOS folder, then install the CocoaPods by doing bundle install as well as bundle exec pod install. Then we can run npx react native run iOS. So for Android, just follow these steps, which is simple. So for iOS, follow these steps. Let's follow the steps for iOS. Initially, let's open up the project, so I'm going to press on file, open folder, as well as go into your build folder, the first project. So yes, this is your initial file tree towards the left hand side, and these are the required file as well as the folder structures that React Native is given us once when you initialize a fresh new React Native project. So let's first of all initialize the steps for iOS. Open up a new terminal over here, go into your iOS folder. Here I'm just going to say bundle install, enter. So as you can see, it's installing all of the required dependencies. So let's wait for that to complete. Yeah, so it is done. So now next is going to be bundle exec pod install, enter. So yeah, this is finishing up. Let's give it a couple of minutes to finish executing this step. So once it's done, we're going to start running our project. So yes, it is almost generating our pods project. Yeah, I think it's done. So now the next step is, yeah, so as you can see, there are few issues inside of our TS config. So the same issues that we encountered in our previous project. So let's make the change. So here we need to add in a couple of values. That is, first of all, your compiler options as well as your lib. So let's add that. So the error says that your option resolve JSON module cannot be specified without your node module resolution strategy. So let's initialize your compiler options. I'm going to say compiler options. Yes, we need to add in the compiler options. Within that, we need to add in the module resolution, and I'm going to pass in node over here. So the reason we are doing that over here is because the node setting basically mimics your Node.js resolution, and it looks inside of your node modules folder, which supports your index.tsx or index.ts. So it's basically the standard for most of the JavaScript or your TypeScript environment. So as you can see, the error is gone. Let's also add in the next one. So that basically defines the type definitions for the global environment. So this is going to come within your compiler options itself, that is the lib value. So just add a comma over here, pass on the lib, and it's going to have a array of values, that is yes, next, as well as your DOM. Alright, let's format once. Yeah, so basically your ESNext includes your latest ECMAScript features, whereas your DOM includes all of your browser APIs. So the reason we use this is because React Native doesn't use a browser, but sometimes it uses libraries or code that needs types from the DOM lib. So this basically also avoids your type errors as well. So yeah, this step is done and error is also gone, and this is your initial app.tsx where all of the basic required code is present inside of your return block. So now let's try to run the application. I'm going to cut the terminal first, and I'm going to go into my main project. Here I'm just going to say npx react native run iOS. Let's press on enter. So this should basically open up your launch package or command. As you can see, it's opened up and it should start building it up. So as you can see, info found Xcode workspace, that is recipe app youtube.xcode workspace. So now as you can see, it has founded the booted devices, that is iPhone 16 Pro. So now it has already started building up the application. So we're going to wait for a couple of minutes, let's say 5 minutes depending upon your network. And once it is downloaded, it should open up, and basically whatever is there inside of your return block, as in this code, should be just shown onto the output of the simulator. So let's give it a couple of minutes or some time to initialize and install the application onto the simulator. So as you can see, the app has been loaded and we're able to see something onto the screen. So basically, as I said, whatever was there inside of your return block, the same thing is going to be displayed onto the screen. So now this step is done. So now the next step is, let's try to initialize the vector icons into the application, so that we might need all of the icons while developing it. So let's head over to Chrome once, and then let's try to search for React Native vector icons, the GitHub version, and let's go to the first one. So let's try to initialize and install that. Initially this one, the React Native vector icons common package. Let's open up a new terminal, and here I'm going to say yarn add this one. Let's wait for this to finish installing. So once this is finished installing, we are also going to install for specific icon families as well. So yeah, let's wait for some time. Alright, so this is done. Let's paste this one as well. So as you can see, it's just going to be yarn add React Native vector icons / for different icon families. So for example, and design, and typo, font awesome, and material icons, and so on. Let's press on enter. So once this is done, we need to make the change for your info.plist. Okay, so we need to add in the bunch of icons over there. So let's check out over here. Yeah, so it's already installed. Let's come back to your iOS directory, go into your project, your info.plist, and just scroll down over here and try to add all of the icons that you're going to use. There is just below your false tag. Okay, so let's try to save the file. and let's try to do a pod install as well. So let's come back over here. Here I'm just gonna say pod install, enter. So as you can see, it is installing your React Native vector icons. So now I'm just going to initialize few things, that is your screens. One is for your screens and one is for your navigation. So let's do that. Let's press on app.tsx so that we are at the root level. New folder. One is for the screens and one is for your navigation. So the first step is let's try to initialize the navigation part. So over here I'm gonna create a new file that is gonna be appnavigator.tsx. Let's press on enter. Okay, so here I'm just gonna say rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so to get all of the shorthand code snippets, you need to have installed ES7 inside of your systems. So if you check out your extensions tab over here, just make sure you have installed this one, that is ES7 React Redux or React Native snippets. So let's come back over here. So also while designing, I also would have pasted, or I would have sent a link in the description that are containing all of the screenshots of the application that I'm going to build. Okay, so you can actually look into that and you can also build it on your own as well, or follow along the video too. So you can check out the link in the description for the screenshots or for basically the PDF that are containing all of the screens that we're gonna build in this project. So yes, so now the next step is let's initialize and install all of the required dependencies for React navigation. So let's search for React navigation. Let's go on to the first link over here and then read docs. Let's scroll down and we're gonna install with the help of yarn. Copy that down. So into the main project, just paste it over here. Let's move on to hello React navigation and let's install your native stack. So furthermore, the next thing we have is, I think I missed one thing over here. We need to install screens as well as safe area context. So we need to install React Native screens as well as React Native safe area context. So yeah, since we are on a bare React Native project, we need to copy this piece of code. Copy that down and paste it over here. Yeah, so finally we need to install our bottom tabs as well. Let's search for that. I'm going to say React Native bottom tabs, the first link. So let's install this dependency as well with the help of yarn over here. Alright, so let's come back to your appnavigator.tsx. So here initially let's initialize our type, that is for your tab param list. So here I'm going to say type. So before that, let's also initialize all of the screens that we're gonna use. So for the screens, I'm going to say home screen.tsx rnfes safe. So furthermore, we have the next one that's going to be your profile screen, that is for your final tab. So profile screen.tsx rnfes safe. Furthermore, apart from that, we're going to have your community screen. I'm going to say community screen.tsx rnfes. Apart from that, we're going to have your next one, that is your meal plans screen. I'm going to say meal plans screen dot tsx rnfes and then save. Yeah, so I think as of now these are the 4 things, that is for all of the 4 tabs. Okay, the screen names that I've initialized. Let's come back to your app navigator. I'm going to say type tab param list is going to be equals to the name discover initially undefined this is for community, this is also undefined. Furthermore, your meal plans finally is for your profile, the last one. Alright, so now let's initialize your tab over here. Okay, wrong spelling of that. Format once. So here we're going to have different stacks. Okay, so we're going to have a bunch of stacks. For example, discover stack, your meal plan stack screen, as well as your community stack screen. So under each stack we're going to have a bunch of screens where we're going to do the implementation part. So let's initialize your discover stack screen, where basically your home screen is going to be present. So here I'm going to say, so before that let's initialize the tab. I'm going to say const tab is going to be equals to create bottom tab navigator. The next one is for your discover stack. I'm going to say const discover stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. I think we could import it from the documentation itself. Yeah, this is one, create bottom tab navigator. The next one is for your create native bottom tab navigator. I mean, not bottom tab, just the create native stack navigator. So this is the one. Just copy that and we're gonna paste it over here. Alright, let's try to save the file. So the next step is let's define and initialize your discover stack screens. Okay, so here I'm going to say const discover stack screen is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Let's initialize the stack for discover stack. Okay, I think it's already initialized. This one, let's make use of that. Here I'm going to say discover stack dot your navigator. Within this, we're going to pass in the first screen, that is going to be discover stack dot screen. It's going to be a self-closing tag. Name is going to be home. Component is going to be home screen over here. So make sure to import home screen from the screens folder. That is just like this line number 5. Okay. Apart from that, now the next step to initialize is your meal plan stack. Let's do that. So here I'm going to say const meal plan stack is going to be equals to, again, create native stack navigator. Similarly, the next one, your community stack, I'm going to say const community stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. Then const auth stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. All right. So furthermore, let's initialize the next one. I'm going to say const meal plan stack screen is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Directly return it. Here I'm going to say meal plan stack dot your navigator. Here it's going to be meal plan stack dot your screen. It's going to have a name that's going to be equals to meal plans. Initialize your component. I'm going to say component that's going to be equals to your meal plan screens. Meal plan screens, that's coming from your screens folder. Import that correctly. Let's format once. So furthermore, we're going to design your community stack screen. This is for the third tab. I'm going to say const community stack screen is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Directly return it over here, and it's going to be community stack dot navigator. Within that, we're going to have your community stack dot screen. So your name is going to be equals to community. All right, and your component is going to be equals to community screen. Import that from the screens folder. Next, finally, we have the auth stack screen. So let's initialize that as well. Here I'm going to say const auth stack screen is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here it's going to be equals to auth stack dot navigator. So let's initialize your auth stack.screen. Name is going to be profile, and your component is going to be equals to profile screen. Okay, we have defined all of the initial screens for all of the 4 tabs that are present. So now the next step is let's initialize our bottom tab navigator. Here I'm going to say const bottom tab navigator is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Let's try to return your tab.navigator. I'm going to say tab.navigator. So within that we're going to have all of your tab.screens. I'm going to say tab.screen. Name is going to be equals to discover, and component is going to be equals to your discover stack screen. Let's copy this down a couple of times. So let's make the change. This is going to be community, and your component is going to be community stack screen. The next one is going to be your meal plans, and your component is going to be meal plans stack screen. So your last one is going to be there for your profile. So I'm going to say profile over here, component is going to be equals to auth stack screen. Okay, so we're going to pass in a bunch of options to your tab.navigator as well as for each of the other tabs. So first of all, let's start off with this one. So here I'm going to say initially screen options. So I missed a bracket over here, so it's going to be like this. It's going to have the root over here. Yeah, so you can write it like this, and we have initialized the root over here, and let's pass on the value for that. I'm going to say root. It's going to be equals to your root prop. So you can import root prop from your React navigation /native. Okay, so this in turn is going to take in your tab param list. Here I'm going to say key of tab param list. Okay, yeah, so as you can see that's fine. So here I'm going to initialize my get icon name. So I'm going to say const get icon name is going to be equals to, I'm going to say root name, type is going to be string, focused, it's going to be a boolean value. Okay, I think I missed out the brackets over here. So this should be a parenthesis, not the braces. So here I'm going to write the condition that is if at all my root name is going to be equals to discover, that is our first tab, then open up the braces. I'm going to say return. If it is focused, it's going to be search is the name of the icon, else it's going to be search outline. Else if your root name is going to be equals to community, this is for the second one, and I'm going to say return focused question mark. If it's true, it's going to be people, else it's going to be equals to people outline. Similarly, else if your root name is going to be equals to the third one, that is meal plans, then in this case I'm going to say return focused question mark, it's going to be calendar, else it's going to be calendar outline. Alright, so finally I'm going to say else if your root name is going to be equals to profile, that is for your final tab. Open up the braces, I'm going to say return focused question mark, it's going to be person, else it's going to be person outline. Alright, so the default one I'm just going to say return a help. over here. Okay, that's it. So let's initialize the options. So that's going to happen over here. I'm going to say const options is going to be equals to bottom navigation options. This one, import that correctly. Here let's pass on the tab bar icon. This in turn is going to take in the prop that is focused, color, as well as your size. Alright, so here I'm going to say focused is going to be, and your color is going to be string, size is going to be equals to your number. Okay, so yeah, over here I'm going to say const icon name is going to be equals to get icon name. That is, it's going to come from this one, and we're going to pass in your three things, that is root.name as well as the focused. I'm going to say root.name and your focused value. Okay, so I think, yeah, there is some issue with the brackets. Okay, I think my bad, this should not be arrow, it should be equals to. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, so furthermore, let's return the icon over here. I'm going to say return icon. Name is going to be your icon name. Size is going to be equals to your size, and color is going to be equals to your color. Below this, I'm going to say tab bar active tint color, that is this one. It's going to be this color code, that is 007A FF, and we're going to say tab bar inactive tint color. This is going to be equals to 666. Okay, and I'm also going to say header shown is going to be false for each of the tabs. Alright, so now let's make sure we import the icons part, and we also need to return the options over here, right? So here I'm going to say return options. So yeah, let's make sure to import the icon. So basically each of the icon is going to come from your iron icons. Paste that over here. Yeah, so we have set up the major part of the code over here. Let's try to format once, save the file. So over here we're not going to have any kind of return, we're just directly going to export it. Okay, here I'm going to say export default bottom tab navigator. So this is not going to be there, even this as well. So here directly I'm going to say export default bottom tab navigator. That is your entire function, that is this one, right? Format once. Let's try to save the file, and let's try to do a pod install because we've installed a lot of dependencies for React navigation. I'm going to say pod install, enter. So as you can see, it is installing React Native screens as well as your safe area context. So let's come back to your app.tsx, and let's try to initialize your safe area provider, within that your navigation container and the bottom tab navigator. Let's first try to clear off the application. In the return block, cancel everything. I'm going to say safe area provider. From your React Native safe area context, within that your navigation container from React navigation /native, and here your bottom tab navigator from the app navigator file. Import that just like this, import all of them, save the file once. Let's try to cut off the terminal, and let's try to reload or restart the application from the start. Here I'm just going to say yarn iOS. Let's press on enter. So as you can see, it is gonna build up the application right from the start again. And if at all we have done everything correctly, we need to be seeing 4 tabs with all of the 4 initial blank screens. So let's give it about 2 minutes to load the application. So there you go, we are able to see all of the 4 tabs correctly, and we're able to see all of the screens as well for each of the tabs. That is your home screen, community screen, your meal plan screen, as well as your profile screen. Okay, but there is one small mistake, that is the header should not be shown. So for that, let's come back to your app navigator.tsx. So for each of the stack over here, I'm going to provide the screen options. I'm going to say screen options. Here it's just going to say header shown as false. Save. Let's check out the discover tab. As you can see, now the header is gone. Let's just copy that piece of line for each of the other 4 stack screens. Okay, save. As you can see, now for every part of the tab, it is gone. So yeah, this step is completely done. So now the next step is we're gonna make use of the API, and then we're gonna start designing your home screens. That is where all of your recipes are gonna keep showing up. And once you press on any recipe, you should be navigated to the recipe details screen, where the steps for the given recipe is gonna shown along with the image as well. So let's get started with your design of your home screen, where all of the recipes are gonna be shown. So let's head back to your home screen.tsx. So let's get started with the design of this. So as you saw in the demo part of the video, we're going to make sure the API, that is Spoonacular API. So let's head over to that, and you'll be able to get your API key from that particular website. So just search for this one, and then the first link, you can just try to log in with your Google account. And once you go to your docs, yeah, so if you check out your profile and API key, you should be able to get it over here. Okay, so yeah, make sure you copy that API key, and then with the help of that, we're going to get the data and then design the home screen. So let's get started with that. So initially, let's initialize the state to hold the recipes. I'm going to say const recipes comma set recipes is going to be equals to use state. Import that from React, and this is going to be a type of recipe. So we're going to define that in just a bit. Okay, so here let's define how your recipe is going to look like. So I'm going to say interface recipe. It's going to have ID that's going to be of type number. Then we're going to have the title for the recipe, that also type of number. The image for the recipe, I'm going to say string. Furthermore, ready in minutes, this is the value. It's going to be in the form of a number. Furthermore, your health score, that is going to be in the form of a number as well. And yeah, the next one is going to be your type. I'm going to say string. Alright, let's initialize our loading state as well. Here I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state. Initially, let's say it's going to be set to true. Okay, and let's also initialize our navigation as well. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Import that correctly, just like this. Okay, so let's initialize our use effect, and then let's make a fetch call, and let's initialize the data. Okay, so here I'm going to say use effect, import that from React correctly. This is going to run on the initial render, and let's initialize your try as well as your catch block. So catch of error, here it's going to be console.log of error. And yeah, let's also initialize your finally block, and we're going to set the loading to be false because we have fetched the data. Here I'm going to say set loading to be of false. Alright, instead of a try block now, let's initialize your response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await. I think we need to install Axios. Let's do that. Here I'm going to say yarn, or let's open up a new terminal. I'm going to say yarn add Axios. Enter. Alright, so this is done. So let's say await Axios, import Axios from Axios. I'm going to say import. So it's going to be axios.get method. So this is going to be your URL. You can make note of it. https api.spoonaccelerat.com/recipes/complex search. So this in turn is going to take in your params. Okay, so okay, my bad, I didn't even initialize the function over here. Let's do that. I'm going to say const fetch recipes is going to be equals to a async function. Here within the function, let's initialize a try catch block. Okay, so yeah, this in turn is going to take in your params. So here I'm going to say params API key. So I'm going to enter my API key over here. So before that, I'm going to pass in the QSign. It's going to be Indian. You can pass in whatever QSign you want to. And number, I'm going to say, let's say 14. And I'm going to say add recipe information is going to be true. Okay, so I'm just going to add my API key and then I'm going to close the params part. So you would get your API key once you log in over here in this particular tab. Okay, so copy that API key and then paste it over here. So yes, I've just pasted in my API key that is over here. I think even if I format, it's going to come back to the previous state itself. Okay, it didn't come, which is good. Yeah, so this is my API key. I've pasted over here. Make sure you add that over here and you can actually try to log the response. So here I'm going to say console.log data and then your response. So furthermore, let's initialize the data. I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to response.data.results dot apply the map method. So for every recipe, I'm going to say any over here. Here I'm going to say id. It's going to be equals to your recipe.id. Furthermore, your title, I'm going to say title is going to be equals to recipe.your title. Apart from that, your image, it's going to be recipe.image. The next one is going to be ready in minutes. This value is going to be equals to recipe dot your ready in minutes. So you can actually try to log the response and you would be able to know why exactly I'm writing this values. So all of the details are going to be stored inside of response.data.results. Okay, so here it's going to be ready in minutes. Alright, so the next one is going to be there for your health score. Is going to be equals to recipe.your health score. Furthermore, your type, I'm going to say math.random. If it's greater than 0.5, it's going to be a one pot. Else it's going to be a easy recipe. That's it. Once you destructure the data or format the data into this particular value, let's just try to store it over here. I'm going to say set recipes to be of your data. That's it. Let's try to format once. Save the file. Okay, so hopefully no error. That means we have gotten the recipes. Actually, let's come back to your discover screen. Okay, so let's start styling out the recipes part. So before that, we're going to have a few texts at the top part, as you saw in the demo part of the video, which says welcome to Tasty app and here's what we recommend for you. So for that, let's initialize the view. So this in turn is going to have a text. Just gonna say welcome to tasty app. Below that, second text, here's what we recommend for you. Let's pass on the style. Style is going to be equals to your styles dot header. The next one, it's going to be equals to your styles dot welcome text. This is going to be subtitle text. So style is going to be equals to styles dot subtitle. So for the final one, it's going to have, let's say for a main container, I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot container. Let's come down and then let's start defining all of the required styles. Here I'm going to say container initially. It's going to have a flex of 1 and then your BG color of FFF, margin top of 50. Okay, so 50 or 55, that's looking nice. So apart from that, your header, we're going to give it some internal spacing, so that's going to be some padding of 20. Let's pass on align items of center so it comes to the center part of the screen. So let's style each of the text. Initially your welcome text, a larger font size 24, font weight of bold, and color of 333. Save. As you can see, that is looking nice. Let's make the spelling change. The next one is going to be for your subtitle. Initially font size of 15 or 16, color of 666. As you can see, that's looking nice. Let's provide a slight margin top since it's almost touching the top text of 5. Okay, that's looking nice. So let's come back to the return block. Now the next step is, if at all anything is loading, we're going to show the loading indicator or just the loading text. And yeah, let's initialize our flat list below the view. I'm going to say flat list, import flat list from React Native. It is imported. Let's pass on the data value. That is going to be your recipes itself, which is stored inside of state. Then your render item, we're going to render a component over here. I'm going to say render recipe card. Furthermore, key extractor, let's say for every item it's going to be equals to item dot id dot toString. Format once, and yeah, pretty much that's it. Let's also pass a number of columns. That should be in 2. Apart from that, I'm going to say column wrapper style. It's going to be styles dot row. So first of all, let's go on to the top and then define the render recipe card. So you can actually check out the PDF or the screenshot where we have designed all of the food items. You can design accordingly or also follow along the video as well. So I'm going to say const render recipe card is going to be equals to, it's going to take in basically your item, destructure it, and here item is going to be of type recipe. Let's pass on that. And here let's try to render the design. This in turn is going to have, let's say, a touchable opacity. Import that from React Native as such. Within that, we're going to have a view, which in turn is going to have your item.type. So it's going to have a text. I'm going to say item dot your type. Below that view, we're going to have the main image. So make sure to import, image from React Native as such. Pass on the style to this. That's going to be your styles.image. This in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. That is going to be equals to your item.image. Okay, so let's first of all give the style for this. I'm going to say style is going to be equals to your styles.card, active opacity 0.8. So yeah, this view is going to have your type batch. So it's going to be styles dot your type batch. Let's start off by initializing the style for the card, image, and other things as well. So first of all, for the card, here I'm going to say card. It's going to have a flex of 1, so it takes up equal space between both of the children in a single row, and some external spacing, margin of 10, bg of white, and then some slight border radius of, let's say, 10. Overflow is going to be hidden. Okay, and I'm going to pass on elevation of 4 or 5. Save. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see anything onto the screen, so let's design it for the type batch, or for the image basically. I'm going to give it a width of 100%, and furthermore height of 150. Okay, yeah, so for the type text, let's pass on that. I'm going to say type text, color is going to be white, and we're going to pass in, let's say, font size of 12. Let's see if there are any errors. Yeah, row is not given. So for row, it's just going to be justify content of space between. So here I'm going to say row justify content of space between. Type batch. Okay, we could do that later. Save the file. For some reason, we're not able to see the details. Let's reload. Okay, my bad. We're not even calling the function. That's the reason. Let's call the function within the use effect itself, that is fetch recipes at the bottom part over here. Okay, so after defining it, that is just over here. Fetch recipes and then save. So there you go. Just like that, we have all of the recipes being shown, and we're going to style that out in just a bit. So let's start styling out your type badge now. So here I'm going to say type badge. This in turn is going to have a position of absolute, some top value of 10, left value of 10, and it's going to have a bg of this color code, that is 007A triple F, I mean double F, some internal spacing, padding of 5, slight border radius of 5. Okay, so for some reason it is not being shown. Let's finish styling up the next part, and then let's look into that. Okay, so yeah, image is showing properly fine. After the image, we're going to have the next one, that is a title. So let's come back over here. Let's pass on the text. It's going to be equals to item dot title. Okay, that's looking good. Let's pass on the style for that. It's going to be styles dot title. The next thing we have is ready in minutes. Let's pass on the text for that. This is going to say item dot ready in minutes. Let's hardcode the minute value, and let's pass on that dot symbol, and here I'm going to say math dot round of your item dot your health score. So for this, we're going to have the details text, details style. So it's going to be equals to styles dot your detail. Let's design both of them, that is title as well as the details. So over here I'm going to say title. This in turn is going to have font size of 16, as well as your font weight of bold, padding of 10. Save. As you can see, that is looking really nice. Furthermore, for the details, font size of 12, shorter font size, and color is going to be equals to 666. Apart from that, it's going to have padding horizontal as well. So padding horizontal of 10, padding bottom as well. So padding bottom of 10. Save. As you can see, just like that, our design is looking good. So I think furthermore, apart from that, we're going to have your bookmark icon that's going to come just below this text. Let's format once. So below this, we're going to have your touchable opacity. It's going to have a text. It's going to say bookmark over here. I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles.bookmark. This is going to say styles.bookmark text. Let's define both of them, that is bookmark as well as bookmark text. And later finally let's look into why exactly that badge is not coming onto the screen or the design. Here let's say bookmark. This in turn is going to have a position of absolute, top of 10, right of 10. I think probably even this might error out. Let's look into that. Background color of this color code, that is FF, 2D, and then 555. Some internal spacing, padding of 5, and then border radius of 15. Finally, for your bookmark text, it is just going to have a color of white and font size of 12. Save. Okay, so for this it's coming. For the other one it's not being shown. Let's look into that issue, why exactly it's not being shown for your type badge. So yeah, position of absolute, top of 10, left of 10, background color of that color code 007AFF. Yeah, padding is given as well as your border is also given. So for your type text, okay, my bad, I think type text, yeah, we have written that, it is written. Okay, so for some reason let's skip that part. That is for your, that you can actually comment that out, that's not required for now. Save. Okay, yeah, we're going to go with this design. I think even the original design is, you know, something similar to this itself. Let's try to save the file, format, and then save. So yeah, this part is done. So once when we press on, you know, any kind of food item or food recipe, we're going to go into the next screen where we're going to show the details of that particular recipe as well as the steps as well. So for that we're going to need a new screen, that is your dish detail screen. So let's actually create that screen. I'm going to say new screen. That's going to be dish detail screen dot tsx rnfes, and then save. So this is going to come under your discover stack, so copy that down. So this is going to say discover, not discover, detail. Component is going to be dish detail screen. Import that correctly, save the file. Let's come back to your home screen, and yeah, for the render card recipe, let's pass on an on press event over here. So on press, taken a function, and here we're going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to, that is going to be discover, and here we're going to pass in a bunch of options to this, that is your recipe ID, that is going to be equals to your item.id. Furthermore, your title, that is going to be equals to item.title. Finally, your image, that is going to be equals to your item.image. Let's format once, save the file. Okay, my bad, it's not discover, it's going to be detail. Save. Let's press on any of them. As you can see, we're coming correctly to the dish detail screen. So let's start looking into the design of the dish detail screen. So as you saw in the demo part of the video, At the top we had a huge image being shown for whatever dish we came into. So below the image we're going to show the details and the ingredients that are going to be present, as well as the steps to do that particular recipe. So over here initially let's initialize all of the state, or before that let's initialize the type that we're going to use over here. So here I'm going to say type dish detail params. This in turn is going to say dish detail. So initially recipe ID, that is going to be number, and your title is going to be in the form of a string, image is going to be in the form of a string. Then next let's initialize your interface. I'm going to say interface recipe detail. Okay, so here it's going to have ID, that is going to be of number, title is going to be string, then we're going to have image, that also is going to be of type string, and I'm going to say extended ingredients, original, it's going to be of type string, and finally we're going to have your analyzed instructions. Which is going to have steps further on. So number of type number, and it's going to have a type of step as well, that is going to be of type string. Format once. Let's come back over here. Let's initialize our route. I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to use route. Import that from React navigation. Here it's going to say root prop. Import that. We're going to pass in the details, that is dish detail params, and this is going to say dish detail. So next let me initialize the details for the recipe ID, title as well as image that are going to come from your root params. Okay, just like this. Also initialize your recipe, set recipe as well as loading and then set loading, and equate it to use state. This is going to be of type recipe detail, and this is just for the loading state. Make sure to import use state over here. Okay, let's try to save the file. So now again we're going to make use of the use effect, and then we're going to fetch the recipe details. So here I'm going to say use effect. Here let's initialize a function. I'm going to say const fetch recipe details is going to be equals to a async function. Let's initialize our try as well as the catch block, catch of error. I'm just going to say console.log of error with that particular error message. Let's also make use of your finally block and then set the loading to be of false. Inside the try block, let's pass on your response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios. Import that. It's going to be the .get method, and it's going to be your URL. Make sure you copy that down, and this in turn is going to take in your params. Pass in your API key over here, whatever is there from your end, and you're going to say include nutrition is going to be true. Not true, it's going to be false. So just make sure you copy that down over here and then paste, and then I'm going to minimize this. Alright, so I've just pasted in my API key, and then I've just closed the params part. So once that is done, just say set the recipe to be of your response.data. So I'm going to say response.data. And let's try to call the function, that is fetch recipe details. Safe? Yeah, so hopefully no error came, which means we do have the details being present. So let's start just styling that out in the return block. I want to make use of my scroll view. Let's just initialize that at the top. So for the scroll view, let's pass on the style. It's going to be equals to styles.container. Yeah, so below that we're going to have the first image being shown, that is whatever recipe you pressed on, the same image is going to be shown. So source URI, it's going to be your image. Let's pass on the style, that's going to be equals to your styles dot your image. Let's first of all start styling this out for the container as well as for the image. I'm going to say container flex of 1, then bg color of white. Furthermore, image width of 100%, then height of 300, resize mode of cover. Safe? So there you go, this is the image we pressed on and we're able to see that onto the screen, which is good. So yeah, below the image we're going to have the next part, that is going to be the text, which is going to show your title part. Safe? As you can see, that's being shown. Style is going to be equals to your styles dot title. Here I'm going to say title. It's going to have font size of, let's say, 25 or 26, font weight of bold, text align of center, some margin vertical style as well, 20, color of 333. As you can see, that's looking nice. So finally, the next part, so we're going to have a view where we're going to have a section being initialized. So pass on the view. This view in turn is going to have a text which says ingredients. Below that text, we're going to have recipe dot your extended ingredients. Apply the map method. So for every ingredient and your index, here we're going to return a text. So this text is going to say ingredient dot original. Okay, safe? So there you go, we got all of the ingredients for this particular dish. So just make sure you console.log your recipe, and you should be able to get how exactly to show the ingredients as well as the steps, right? So let's pass on the key for the text. It's going to be equals to index. So for this, I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot section. So for this, I'm going to say style is going to be equals to your styles dot section title. Finally, for this particular text, it's going to be ingredient. Okay, that's it. Let's start styling out each of them, starting off from your section part. So here I'm going to say section. Initially, it's going to have some padding of 20. Safe? As you can see, that's looking good. So section title, it's going to have font size of 22, font weight of 600, color is going to be of this color code, that is FF 2D55, some margin bottom value of 10. Safe? So as you can see, that's looking nice. So now the next one is that for your ingredient, that is all of these texts itself. So I'm going to say ingredient. So for this, it's going to have font size of 16, color of triple F, I mean not triple F, my bad. It's going to be 666, margin bottom of 5. Save. So there you go. Now it's looking really nice. So yes, this part is done. So now the next step is you're going to start styling out your steps part of it. So let's initialize the separate view for that. Here I'm going to have a text which says steps. Let's pass on the same style to this as well. Even for this too, style is going to be equals to your styles.section. Save. As you can see, that is being shown correctly and is looking good as well. Now I'm going to say recipe dot analyzed instructions of 0 dot steps dot apply the map method. So for every step as well as your index, we're going to return it over here. That is basically a view, and this view in turn is going to have two texts. That is going to say step and your step number. It's going to be step dot number. Below that we're going to have another text which is going to say step dot step. Save the file. So there you go, we do have all of the steps being shown. That is step 1, step 2, and we also have the description as well. That is what needs to be done for each of the step. So let's pass on the style for this. It's going to be equals to your styles dot your step. It's going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot your step number. Here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot your step text. Let's define three things, that is step, step number, as well as step text. So here I'm going to say step, margin bottom value 15, step number, font size of 15, font weight of bold, and then color of this color code, that is 007A double F. Save. So there you go, just like that. It's looking really nice. Furthermore, the next one is there for your step text. So for this, it's going to have font size of 16 or 15, and color is going to be 666. So there you go, we're able to see all of the steps being shown correctly fine. So the next thing we have is your start cooking button. That is just a UI part that's going to come right below your view. So here I'm going to say touchable opacity. It's going to have a text which says start cooking. Pass on the style for this. It's going to be equals to your styles dot your start button. Pass on the style for this. That's going to be equals to your styles dot start button text. So let's scroll and then define the start button. I'm going to say start button. It's going to have a background color of this color code, that is FF2D, and then 55, padding of 15, some internal spacing, and border radius of let's say 25, some margin of 20, align items of center. Save. As you can see, that is looking really nice. So below that I'm going to say start button text. So start button text. So for this I'm going to say give it a color of triple F. Furthermore, font size of 16 and font weight of bold. Save. As you can see, that is looking good, and we do have all of the steps for each of the ingredients. So you can actually go through each of the ingredients as well as the steps. As you can see, this is easy chicken tikka masala. This is the ingredients required, and these are the steps to finish the recipe. You can go through it. So as you can see, we have completely designed your discover screen, that is basically your home screen. So now the next step is we're going to look into the design of your meal plan screen, where we're going to show some meal plans to the user and some different kinds of recipes under each meal plan. So let's head back to your meal plan screen and then let's start designing the screen now. So I'm going to head over to meal plan screen over here and then let's start designing this. So initially at the top we're going to initialize few states and things that are required. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, and yeah, below this I'm going to say const meal plans comma set meal plans is going to be equals to use state. Import that from React. It's going to be of type any and initially an empty array. Okay, so let's also initialize our loading. I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state. Initially it's going to be set to be true. Again we're going to make use of the use effect and then get the data. Import that from React as such, and over here let's initialize the function and it's going to run on the initial render itself. Okay, so here it's going to be fetch your meal plans. I'm going to say const fetch meal plans is going to be equals to a async function. Let's initialize your try as well as your catch block, catch of error. I'm going to give it a console.log error with that particular error message and a finally block. Okay, so here I'm just going to say set loading to be of false. Instead of your try block, let's start designing your let's start initializing your response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios. Import that dot get. So again this is going to be your URL. Make sure you copy that down. https api.spoonacular.com/recipes/complex search, right? So here I'm going to say params. It's going to have your API key. You can paste that in over here. Number I'm going to say 20 and add recipe information is going to be equals to true. Okay, so make sure you add your API key and then I'm gonna minimize this. Okay, so I've just added in my API key and then I've just minimized that particular block. Okay, so here I'm just gonna say const recipes is going to be equals to response dot your data dot results, and here let's get in our plans. So I'm going to say const plans is going to be equals to an empty array. Not an empty array, we're going to define it over here. Array of objects. So we're going to have the first name that's going to be focused on fiber. So this is majorly related to your design part of the code itself. So recipes, here I'm going to say recipes dot apply the slice method. Let's say initially 0 to 4 dot apply the map. It's going to be of type any, and here we're going to get the ID. That's going to be r.id. Title r.title. Furthermore, image, that's going to be r.image. So let's do that similarly for the remaining four titles that we have. Okay, so for the second one, it's going to be one pot or spring holidays made sample. Not sample, my bad, simple. Below that, it's going to be one pot no stress cooking. And yeah, below that we're going to have more meal plans. Okay, so here I'm going to say more meal plans. Alright, let's make just the change for the slice numbers. So initially it's going to be 0 to 4. then 4 to 7, then it's going to have 7 to 11, furthermore 11 to 13. Okay, so once we have this, I'm just going to say set your meal plans to be of your plans. That's it. Let's try to save. And let's start designing this. Okay, we do not have any error, so here I'm going to make use of my scroll view. So just copy that down, and over here let's paste it, save, and let's pass on the style over here. So it's going to be style. We're going to say again styles.container, and yeah, below this we're going to have your view. Within the view we're going to have your image being shown. Import image from React Native. This in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. So I'm just going to paste in the code for the image as well as the link. You can make that down. You can just note that down. Okay, so yeah, below the image you're going to have another view. So yeah, this view in turn is going to have a text which is going to say unlock all of meal plans. Below this another text that says create your own plans and see the full library of tasty plans with tasties. With tasty plus. Okay, let's try to save the file. Okay, yeah, we are able to see some design onto the screen. Let's start styling it out, starting off from your container part. So here I'm going to say container. Initially a flex of 1, bg color white, padding top, margin top of 50. Okay, as you can see, that's looking fine. So the next thing is for your header part. So say style is going to be equals to styles.header. Here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles.header text. This is going to say unlock text. This is going to say style is going to be equals to styles.your subtext. Let's start off from the header part. I'm going to say header, flex of row, and then align items of center, some padding of 15, margin bottom of 10. Save. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So below that header image, width of 120, height of 120 as well. We're going to give it border radius of 15, margin right of 15. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So for the header text, we're going to give styling, give it a flex of 1, padding right as well. So I'm going to say padding right of let's say 10. The next one is for your unlock text. So here I'm going to say font size of 17 and font weight of bold, color of 333. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. The next one is for your subtext, font size of 14, color of let's say 666, and a margin vertical of 5. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking nice. So this part is done. So now the next step is we're gonna have the next part, that is your collage container, that's gonna show up over here. That is just below your view. Here I'm gonna say view. Within this view, we're gonna have your image being shown. That is, I'm just gonna paste in the code for this. So yeah, just paste it in this one. So I'll be sending all of the links, whatever I use in the image in the description, you can make use of that. So the outermost container is going to be called the collage container, and it contains 2 images, and the style is going to be styles.collage image. And for this, we need to style it for the collage container. And here we have a view which says a text which says 4 recipes. So starting off from your collage container, let's start styling it out. So I'm going to say collage container, initially flex of row, and then align items of center, or we could remove that, justify of space between, some padding, horizontal of 15, position of relative, margin bottom of 20. Okay, that's looking fine. The next one is for your collage image. So this in turn is going to have a width of let's say 48%. Furthermore, height of 180, border radius of 15. Safe. As you can see, that's looking good. So yeah, I think it's not that clear, and for some reason it is almost pushing the other text towards the rightmost part. Okay, I think I didn't style it for the recipe badge, I guess. Yeah, recipes badge as well as the recipes badge text. So you can just copy that down over here. Let me just paste that code for this. Save. Okay, yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So for some reason the image is not that clear, so you can actually copy down a clearer image, or yeah, this is actually gotten from pixels. You can copy some other different image and show it over here. Let's actually try out the URL and let's see what exactly it's looking in Chrome. Yeah, so it is looking clear itself, but not sure why it is not being shown over here. So for the collage image, let's say resize mode, contain. Nope, even that it is not that clear. Okay, let's leave this for now. You can actually enter some different image over here instead of these 2 images. Okay, so yeah, after that we're gonna start showing all of the meal plans. So below your view, we're gonna have a text that says meal plans, and here I'm gonna say meal plans dot apply a map method for every plan as well as your index. Here I'm just going to return a touchable opacity. Within that, we're going to have your image, your view. So initially your image, pass on the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. It's going to be equals to item dot image. I mean, not item dot, it's going to be equals to plan dot recipes of 0 dot image. So plan dot recipes of 0 dot your image. Let's pass on the style. It's going to be equals to styles dot plan image. Okay, just single brace. So yes, below the image, you're going to have the view being shown. Within this, again, two things, the plan name as well as your recipe's length. It's going to be equals to plan dot recipes dot length. It's going to be equals to plan dot recipes dot your length, and we're going to say recipes over here. So yeah, let's pass on the style. For this style, it's going to be equals to your styles dot plan card. Okay, and for this, yeah, we have given the style. So for this, let's pass on the style container. It's going to be equals to your styles dot plan info. Let's pass on the style for this. It's going to be equals to your styles dot plan name. Style is going to be equals to styles dot your plan count. Let's start giving the design for each of them, and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, so we have something being shown onto the screen. Okay, so starting off from the plan card, let's give the style for this. So here I'm going to say plan card. This in turn is going to have a flex of row and then some padding of 15, margin vertical of let's say 10, bg of white, border radius of let's say 15, and some elevation of 5, then margin horizontal of 15, align items of center. Save. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see anything. Probably we need to style the image out. Plan image, width of 90 and then height of 90 as well, and border radius of 10. Save. Alright, so for some reason we're not able to see anything onto the screen. Plan info. So for this, the style is going to be flex of 1 to take up all of the remaining space, and then margin left of 15 as well as padding right value of 10. Probably I think the function is not yet called. Yeah, again the function is not yet called. Let's try to save the file. Let's call the function that is fetch meal plans. So save. There you go. Automatically everything is working absolutely fine, and we're able to see all of the 4 meal plans for each of the things that we have initialized, which is good. So yeah, for this let's pass on the key. That's going to be equals to index. Let's give the remaining designs, that is for the plan name as well as the plan count. Here I'm going to say plan name. This in turn is going to have font size of 18, font weight of 600, color of 333. Save. As you can see, that's looking nice. Then your plan count, font size of 14, color of 666. Okay, so as you can see, this is looking really good. So for the meal text which says meal plans, we need to start styling it out. Okay, so we're going to say tasty meal plans for this. So here I'm going to say tasty meal plans. It's going to be section title. So let's just directly give the style for this. Then save. Okay, as you can see, that's looking good, and these are the styles for your tasty meal plans text. So yes, this is complete. So now for the next step is we do have a final button which says start meal plan with these recipes. So let's scroll down over here, and at the bottommost part here I'm going to say touchable opacity. Here initialize the text which says start meal plan with these recipes. Okay, so let's pass on the style for this. It's going to be style is going to be equals to styles dot your start button. So here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot your start button text. Okay, let's define the styling for both of these. Initially for the start button, here I'm gonna give it a BG color of this color code, that is FF2D55, some padding vertical value of 12, padding horizontal as well of 20, border radius of let's say 25, margin of 10, and I mean not 10, 15. I'm going to give it align items of center as well as margin bottom of 30. So for the final text over here, for the final style, that is start button text, let's write it out. I'm going to give it a color of white, then font size of 16, font weight of bold. Save. As you can see, this design is looking really good, and once you press on any kind of pressable or the touchable opacity, that is for your tasty meal plans, you would be navigated to the next screen, that is your meal plans detail screen. So let's start looking into the design of that. So initially for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say on press. This in turn is going to say handle meal press, taking a function. I'm going to say handle meal press of two things. First of all, it's going to be plan.name as well as plan.recipes. Let's define the function, that is handle meal plan press or handle meal press. Here I'm going to say const handle meal press is going to be equals to plan name, it's going to be of type string, recipes is going to be in the form of an array of objects with type ID of number, title is going to be of type string, image also is going to be of type string. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So I think it should be in the form of a parenthesis, not braces. Here I'm just going to say navigation dot navigate to the meal plan detail with your plan name as well as your recipes. We need to create the screen, that is meal plan detail screen. Copy that, new screen, meal plan details screen dot tsx rnfes, save the file. Let's come back over here. So this should come under your, so this screen should come under your meal plan stack. Copy that and then paste it over here. It's going to be meal plan detail, change the component part, it's going to be meal plan detail screen. Save. Let's come back to your meal plan screen and then format once. Save. Let's press on this. As you can see, we're coming correctly to the meal plan detail screen. Now you can check out the screenshot of how exactly your screen is looking from the PDF. You should be able to get to know. Let's start designing this. So this is basically going to have some codes as well. So we're going to design that. So initially at the top, let's define the meal plan detail params. So here I'm going to say type meal plan detail params is going to be meal plan details. So initially plan name, it's going to be of type string, then recipes, here I'm going to say ID, it's going to be of number, okay, and I'm going to say title string, image is also going to be of type string. Okay, format once, save. So let's initialize our route over here. I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to use route, import that from React navigation. This is going to be equals to root drop, import that as well from React navigation. Pass in your meal plan detail params, and this is going to be of type meal plan detail. Okay, so that's it. Let's get in two things, that is your plan name as well as your recipes that are going to come from the previous screen. It's going to be equals to root dot params. Okay, that's it. So yeah, let's start designing the screen. So I'm going to import my scroll view over here. I'm going to say scroll view. Make use of the scroll view instead of the normal view that's already present. So yes, this is going to have a header spacebar. Let's start styling that out. It's going to be a self-enclosing view. So style is going to be equals to styles dot header spacer. Okay, so here I'm going to have a text which says plan name. Okay, let's try to save the file. So yeah, we're able to see that onto the screen. Let's pass on the style for this initially. Style is going to be equals to styles dot container. So let's design this container. Flex of 1 again, PG of white, padding top of 20. I'm going to say header spacer. It's going to have a height of 40. Okay, yeah, so this is looking fine. The next thing is for your plan title. That is going to be there for this one. So maximum number of lines is going to be equals to 1, and ellipsize mode is going to be equals to tail. Style is going to be equals to your styles dot your plan title. Let's define the styles for that. Plan title. So this in turn is going to have some font size that's going to be pretty huge, 28, and font weight of bold. Okay, and text align of center. Furthermore, margin vertical of 10, color of 333, and finally some padding horizontal value of 15. As you can see, that's looking nice. So yeah, below that we're going to have your recipes being shown. Let's format once. And I'm going to say recipes dot map. For every recipe, we're going to have a view being shown. Within that, we're going to have the image. Import image from React Native. Pass on the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. It's going to be equals to recipe.image. Let's pass on the style for this. It's going to be styles dot your recipe card. Your recipe image. So recipe image. This is going to be your recipe card. Key is going to be item.id. Or key is going to be recipe.id. So here I'm going to say view. Pass on the text, and it's going to be recipe.title. Below that we're going to have another text which is going to say. So this is where the codes part is going to come up. So before that, let's start styling out each of them, starting off from your recipe card. Here I'm going to say recipe card. So for this, we're going to have flex of row, and then some align items of center. Furthermore, padding of 15, PG of white, border radius of let's say 15, elevation of 5, margin horizontal of 15, and below that for the recipe image I'm going to say recipe image. It's going to have width of 100. It's going to have a height of 100 as well, then border radius of 10. I think recipe info is already given. Nope, it's not given. Let's format once. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So let's start styling out this. So style is going to be equals to styles dot your recipe title. Here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot your recipe info. Alright, so here first of all let's start styling out for the recipe info. So in turn it's going to have a flex of 1, then some margin left value, so margin left of let's say 15, and padding right of 10. Save. Okay, so that's looking good. So the next one is for your recipe code. So I'm just going to get the codes data over here at the top of the screen. So I'm just going to paste it over here. You can get in whatever codes you want to. You can just directly Google it and you would be able to get it. Let's try to save the file. So the last text is going to be over here. That is for this one. So save. As you can see, that's looking good. So we need to style out the recipe title as well as the recipe code. Here I'm going to say recipe title. It's going to have font size of 18, font weight of let's say 600, as well as color of 333. So for the recipe code I'm going to say font size of 14, color of this color code that is 666, as well as font style. It's going to be italic and margin top of 5. Let's give a format once and let's try to save. So we haven't styled your, yeah, I think everything is styled. Yeah, so as you can see, it's looking really good, and these are all of the details for each of the meal plans that is going to be present over here. Okay, so yes, we're able to switch between all of the meal plans as well. So yes, that's it. So now the next step is we have already finished designing your complete home tab, where we're able to see all of the recommended or some of the recipes that is of Indian cuisine, and we're also finished designing the meal plans. So now the next step is we need to set up the backend part, that is MongoDB, and we need to be able to set up the login as well as the register part. So if and only if your user is logged in, then only they might be able to create a post or like a post. But if at all they are not logged in, they can just view all of the recipes without even logging in as well, and even view the meal plans as well. But to post something, they need to be a registered user, and we need to have those details in the backend. So now the next step is we need to head back to MongoDB and then create a fresh new MongoDB project and then connect that particular project to the front end part. So now let's head over to Chrome once and then create a fresh new MongoDB project. I'm going to press on sign in, and let's try to sign in with Google. So yes, once you sign in, it would bring you to this particular page, and over here at the top left, the recent project that is used is going to be shown, right? So now let's create our new project. I'm going to press on this, scroll down, I'm going to press on new project. So here let's give a project name. I'm going to say recipe app YouTube, and I'm just going to press on next over here. So as you can see, I myself am the project owner, so just press on create project. So yeah, now the next step is to create a cluster. Let's press on the create button over here, and yeah, make sure to choose the free version of the plan and then leave others as default, and then press on create your deployment. Let's create our database user. I'm going to just write in my name and the password as my name, and then create it and choose a connection method. I'm going to choose the third option, MongoDB for VS Code, As you can see, our cluster is provisioning. By the time that happens, let's create our API folder at the root level. app.tsx new folder API. Here, first of all, let's go into that. I'm going to say cd API npm init. Here it's going to ask us a bunch of questions. So for description backend, apart from that, let's press on enter for all of them. So you should be able to see the package.json file being created. Now itself, let's install a few dependencies that we're going to use in the backend part. So here I'm going to say yarn add cos express. We're going to use moment, then mongoose for the models and the connection, the multer, and your nodemon. Let's press on enter. So yeah, it's installing all of the required dependencies. As you can see, everything is being installed. So the login is going to be super simple, just the email login itself, and we're going to implement with proper token authentication and all. So here I'm going to say nodemon index.js. Let's create the file. So I'm going to say new file index.js. Here at the top, let's import all of the required things that we're going to use. Initially express. I'm going to say require of express. Furthermore, multer is going to be equals to require of multer. I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose. Furthermore, I'm going to say const app is going to be equals to express. Okay, so yeah, I think I forgot to install JSON web token. Let's install that. Yeah, let's look into that later. So let's initialize that in your index.js. That's going to be the next one. So I'm going to say const jwt is going to be equals to require of JSON web token. If we get an error, we're gonna implement the installation part. The next one is pcrypt. I think this also is already available without installing. So I'm gonna say require of bcrypt.js. Furthermore, I'm gonna say const course is gonna be equals to require of course. Okay, and here I'm gonna say const path is gonna be equals to require of path. Yeah, let's make use of the use method. I'm going to say app.use of your cos. Similarly, two more middlewares. I'm going to say app.use express.json, and I'm going to say app.use /uploads. That's currently local to your project where all of the images are going to go into. It's going to say express.static. Then I'm going to say path.join. It's going to be your dir name. That's going to be your uploads. Let's initialize our path. So here, yeah, it's already initialized. Okay, this part is done. So let's initialize your storage as well. I'm going to say const storage is going to be equals to multer dot your disk storage. Initialize your destination over here. This is going to say it's going to take in your request as well as the file and the callback as well. I'm just going to call the callback over here, and I'm going to pass in your uploads directory. So I'm just going to create a directory that is known as uploads. So furthermore, the file name as well, we need to pass that. Request your file and the callback. Yeah, so here we need to pass in a comma. After that, you need to enter your date. I'm going to say date.now. hyphen, it's going to be file.original name. So this is going to be your file name, original name. Okay, so yes, apart from that, I'm just going to say const upload is going to be equals to your Malta and your storage. So let's try to format once. These are the required things at the initial point. Now let's initialize your mongoose.connect method. So I'm going to say mongoose.connect. It's going to take in your URL, connection URL that you would get it from the backend part. Let's try to reload, or you can directly press on the connect button, the third option. This is your connection URL. Copy that down and make the change for your password. Okay, so here the username is already provided. Enter the password you had created while creating the database user. Here apply the dot then method. Here I'm just going to say console.log. MongoDB connected. If there's any error while implementing this, I'm going to catch that error. So catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log error connecting to MongoDB with that particular error message. That's it. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Let's try to give this a run. I'm just going to say yarn start. After all, we have done everything correctly. We need to be seeing MongoDB connected. Let's also initialize the listen method. So yeah, I forgot that. So here I'm going to say app.listen. You can directly pass in the port. Let's say 3000 over here. And here I'm going to say console.log server running on port 3000. Save. Let's say yarn start, enter. Okay, so it has already crashed. Yeah, cannot find JSON web token. I think yes, we need to install that. All right, save. Okay, even we need to install this as well. My bad, I thought it's already defined inside of the package. So again, let's do that. Yarn add. Okay, that's done. Save it once. As you can see, server running on port 3000 and then connected to MongoDB. So as we have successfully connected our front-end project to the backend part. So now let's quickly initialize all of the models that we have. So we currently have three models, that is a post model, your user model, as well as the comment model. Let's create a new folder for this. I'm going to say models. Initially your user.js is going to be super simple. As you saw in the demo part, we're just tracking the name and the email. Okay, so const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose, and here I'm going to say const user schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot schema. So passing your name, that's going to be type of string. Furthermore, required is going to be true. Apart from that, email type is going to be string, and required is going to be true. Unique is also going to be true. The next one and the final one for this is going to be your password. Type of string, and required is going to be true. Let's format once and then let's try to save. So here I'm just going to say module.exports is going to be equals to mongoose dot your model, and here we need to pass in the user and your user schema. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. Let's go ahead and then define the next one. That's going to be your post schema. New file, post.js. Here again, let's initialize our mongoose. I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose. So const post schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot schema. So user ID. So here your type is going to be equals to mongoose dot schema dot types dot your object ID, and this is going to have a reference to your user. So I'm going to say reference user required is going to be true. Furthermore, apart from user ID, we're going to have the recipe name. So here it's going to have a type of string as well as required of true. Apart from recipe name, we're going to have the description. So here I'm going to say type string, then required of true. And apart from description, we're going to have the image URL. We're going to say type of string and then required of true. Alright, so below the image URL, we're going to have the created at value. It's going to have a type of date, and default is going to be date.nav. So we're going to have the likes for a post as well as the comments for a post. So here I'm going to say likes. It's going to have basically an array of objects. Type is going to be equals to mongoose dot your schema dot types dot your object ID, and reference is going to be to the user. Similarly for the comments, again an array of objects, so type is going to be similar. Copy that down, and again it's going to have a reference to not the user but to the comment. Yeah, so these are the required things for your post. Let's export the required value. So I'm going to say module dot exports is going to be equals to mongoose dot model. Pass in your model name, let's say post over here, and we're going to have your post schema. Okay, let's format once and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, so you can go through the post schema once again. Yeah, so this part is done. Let's finally initialize the last model. That's going to be your comment model. So I'm going to say comment.js. Here I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose, and I'm going to say const comment schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot schema. It's going to have a post ID to which this particular command is going to go into. So I'm going to say type is going to be equals to mongoose.schema.types.object ID. This is going to have a reference to a particular post. So pass on the post over here, and required is going to be of true. Furthermore, we're going to have access to the user ID, that is which user has commented to a particular post. Again, type is going to be mongoose.schema.types.object ID. Here we're going to have a reference to your user. So pass on the user over there, and pass on required is going to be true. Finally, we're going to have the text, that is the comment structure or the comment description, whatever they've commented. So here type of string and required is going to be true. So furthermore, below that we're going to have your created at. This is going to have a type of date, and yeah, default is going to be again similarly date.nav. I think there is no need of parenthesis over here. I think in the previous one we can directly write date.nav. Save and even save this. So yeah, this is the simple comment model. Let's try to export the values. I'm going to say module dot exports is going to be equals to mongoose dot model, and it's going to have comment, that's the name of the model, and your comment schema. Okay, that's pretty much it. Let's try to format once. So here we have defined all of the required models. Let's try to import each of the model into your index.js file. So here I'm just going to say const user is going to be equals to require models and / your user. Then I'm going to say const post is going to be equals to require models and then post. Finally, I'm going to say const comment is going to be equals to require models and then your comment. Okay, that's it. So now the next step is you can either look into the design of your profile screen, that is to either log in or to register, or we can actually try to write the endpoints for registering as well as logging in as well. Yeah, so let's implement that part, or we could actually look into the design of the profile screen as well. Let's head back to your profile screen now and then let's look into the design of this. So you can either log in or register over here itself in the same screen. So let's come back to your profile screen.tsx, and over here let's start initializing your safe area view. I'm going to say safe area view, make use of that and then paste it over here. Save. As you can see, that's working completely fine. So here we're going to have a view. Within that we're going to have the image. I'm just going to get the link for the image. Just paste it in the image. I'll be sending the image link in the description. Whatever images I use in the project, you can copy that down. So here initialize a text. This is going to say login or create an account to save your favorite recipes. Okay, so below that text we're going to have a touchable opacity. Import that from React Native such, and then over here we're going to say sign in button. So this is going to have a style. I'm going to say style is going to be equals to your styles dot title. Here let's pass on the style. Style is going to be equals to styles dot sign text. For this one, let's pass on the style. Style is going to be equals to your styles dot your sign in button. Let's try to save the file. So as you can see, these are the required things as of now, and below that we're going to have one more text for the UI part. Below your touchable opacity, I'm going to say text over here. This is going to say by signing up you are agreeing to our. We're going to have one more text over here. This is going to say user agreement, and let's continue the text over here. And again we're going to have one more text that is going to say privacy policy. So privacy policy. So let's format once and let's pass on the style initially. So it's going to have terms. So style is going to be equals to your styles dot terms. Furthermore, for this text it's going to be styles dot link, and for the next one also is going to be styles dot link. Style is going to be equals to styles dot link. Just copy that down and then paste it for the next one as well. Save. Let's start designing this out. So let's initially pass the design for this. I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot safe area. So this is going to be container. Now let's define all of the styles at the bottom part all at once. So starting off from your safe area, so save the file. Here for safe area, it's going to have a flex of 1 and then a bg color of white. Save. As you can see, that's being applied correctly. Then for your container, again give it a flex of 1, justify content of center, and I'm going to say align items of center as well. So align items of center. Furthermore, some internal spacing, that is padding of 20. Save. As you can see, automatically it came to the center part of the container, which is looking good. Let's target the emoji. This is for your image. I'm going to say width of 100%, not 100%, just 100. Height of 100 as well. Then we're going to have some margin bottom value of 20. Save. As you can see, we're able to see that nice image being shown to the screen. Below that, we're going to start styling out your title. So for title, I'm going to say font size of, let's say, 20, and then font weight of let's keep it to be bold. Color is going to be 333, and furthermore, I'm going to say text align of center. Then we're going to have margin bottom value of 30. Then we're going to provide a line height of 26. So let's try to save. As you can see, the design is looking really nice. So let's continue designing this. So below title, we're going to have your sign in button. So for this, it's going to have a different kind of background color. So I'm going to say BG color initially. It's going to have FF 2D and then 55. It's going to have some padding vertical as well. So padding vertical of, let's say 12. Padding horizontal of 40. It's going to have a larger border radius, so border radius of 25, and margin bottom of 15. Save. Okay, so just a single D, not double D. As you can see, that is looking really nice. Now let's start styling out your sign in text. Here I'm going to say sign in text, color of white, and then font size of, let's say, 17, text align of center. Save the file. Okay, I think the spelling is wrong. Sign text. Yeah, so that's the style I'm given to this. As you can see, that's looking good. Let's give it bold, font weight. Alright, that's looking fine. So below that, we're going to have for the terms. So here I'm going to give it font size of 12, smaller or a shorter font size, color of 666. Then apart from that, we're going to give text align of center. Okay, and I'm going to say line height of 18. As you can see, that's looking really good. So now we need to start styling out the link part. I'm going to say link. This just is going to have a different color. So I'm going to say FFD 255. Apart from that, it's going to have a font weight of 600. Save. FFD 255. Okay, it should be the same color as this one. Paste it over here. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So you could actually add in some kind of space over here, just like that. So it's looking really nice. So now let's say we're already signed in. So in that case, we should not show all of these details, right? So for that, I'm just going to hardcode the user for now. So I'm just going to say const user is going to be equals to false. Once when we implement the Redux part of it, we should be able to make this look dynamic. So here I'm just going to write the condition stating that if at all we do have the user present, that means if they are logged in, we're going to return the design over here, that is the safe area view. Within that we're going to have a view. Within this we're going to have a text which says profile, and it's going to be equals to user dot email. Let's initialize the text again. This is going to say user dot name, and below this we're going to have a touchable opacity to log out. I'm going to say text and it's going to say log out over here. Let's give the style for each of them. It's going to have the pretty much similar styles, so it's going to be styles dot safe area view, not safe area view, just safe area. This is going to have styles dot container, and this is going to have style is going to be equals to styles dot your profile text. Let's pass on the style for this. It's going to be style is going to be equals to styles dot your subtext, and for this it's going to be logout button. And finally for the text over here, I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot logout text. That's it. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, if at all the user is present, we're going to show this particular design. So now let's head back to the backend and then let's implement all of the endpoints for logging in as well as registering. So here let's come back to index.js file. So here I'm just going to initialize my secret key, that is for the JWT authentication. You can enter whatever secret key you want to. Okay, so here initially I'm going to say app dot post. It's going to be /API /your register. This in turn is going to have your async method with the request and the response in the callback. Initially implement your try catch block, so catch of error. It's going to say console.log error registering that particular error. I'm going to say result.status of let's say 500 or JSON with a message being let's say internal server error or something. Within the try block, let's look into the implementation part. So for registering we need access to three things: name, email and password. That's going to come from the request.body. So I'm going to say name, email as well as the password is going to be equals to request.body. Here I'm going to say if not of name or not of email or not of password, then I'm just going to say return result.status of 400 dot JSON with a message being name, email and password are required. Okay, that's it. Next I'm going to check for the existing user if at all they're present. I'm going to say if const existing user is going to be equals to await user dot apply the find one and check with the help of email. Here I'm going to say if existing user is already present, then in that case I'm just going to say return result.status of 400 dot JSON with a message being email is already registered. Alright, so yeah, apart from that, if at all there is no user, we're gonna first of all hash the password. I'm gonna say const hashed password is going to be equals to await pcrypt dot hash. I'm going to pass in the password as well as the value 10. Next, let's create a new user. I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to new. Access your user model, pass in all of the three things, that is name, email, as well as your password, which is going to be equals to your hashed password. After that, I'm just going to say await user dot apply the save method, and here I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to gwt dot sign. So the id is going to be equals to your user dot underscore id. Email is going to be equals to user dot email, and your name is going to be equals to user dot name. This in turn is going to take in your secret key that we've already defined at the top. So I'm going to say secret key, and let's pass in the expires at value. So I'm going to say expires in, let's say, 9 hours. Okay, let's format once. After this, we're just going to send the token to the front end part. I'm going to say result dot json of token, that is going to be equals to, we can directly pass in the token, and the user is going to be equals to id, that's going to be user dot underscore id. Email, that's going to be equals to user dot email. Furthermore, your name, that's going to be equals to user dot name. So yes, that's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, this is your complete endpoint for registering a particular user to the backend part. Let's similarly write the endpoint for logging in as well. So here below this, I'm going to say app.post. It's going to be /API /login. It's going to have a sync method with your request as well as the response in the callback. So for logging in, we need access to two things, your email as well as the password. That's going to come from your front end part, that is request.body. Here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all there is no email, or if at all there is no password present, then directly return result dot status of, let's say, 400 dot json with a message being email and password are required. So now next check is for the correct email and the correct password. So first of all, let's try to get the user. I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await user dot apply the find one method, and we're going to find with the help of your email. Okay, so here first of all, I'm going to say if at all there is no user found itself, or if at all the comparison is wrong, that is for that particular user, the password whatever they've entered is wrong, then we're going to say invalid credentials. So I'm just going to paste that over here, format once. So yes, again we are going to try and compare with the help of bcrypt, that is with the user password as well as the password that they've entered. If all is correct, then we can log in the user. If all is wrong, we're going to say it's invalid credentials. So once that is done, again we need to generate the gwt. Here I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to gwt.sign. Again we're going to pass in the id, email, as well as the username. Now the username, the name of the user, then pass in the secret key as well as your expires in value. So here let's keep it to be 9. And yeah, I think these two codes are going to be super similar. It's going to be the exact same thing. So just copy that down and then paste it over here. Format once. So yes, this is your complete endpoint for your register as well as your login part. So yes, now the next step is once you press on sign in, we should be navigating the user to the login screen where they can either register or log in. So now that's the next part. We need to look into the design of it. You can actually check out the PDF where I've sent a screenshot of this particular screen, and you should be able to get to know what exactly we are building next, right? That is according to the design. So let's head back to your screen, that is a profile screen.tsx. So once the user presses on sign in, we need to be able to navigate the user to the next screen, that is your login screen. So before navigating, let's first of all create the screen, that is the login screen.js. So I'm going to say new file, login screen.tsx, not js, enter. So rnfes, and then save the file. Let's come back to your app navigator, and where we have our auth stack screens, here we're gonna create the login. Here I'm gonna say login screen. So import login screen from the screens folder, that is just like this. Okay, let's try to save the file. Let's come back to your profile screen, and now we're gonna initialize the on press event on the touchable opacity. Let's initialize our navigation. I'm gonna say const navigation is gonna be equals to use navigation. So import that correctly from React navigation, and onto the button over here I'm gonna say on press, taking a function, and here we're just gonna say navigation.navigate to the login. Save. Let's give this a try. As you can see, we're coming correctly to the login screen. So let's implement the design for the login screen. You can check out the screenshots. So initially at the top, let's initialize all of the required states. I'm going to say const email comma set email is going to be equals to use state. Import that from React, and initially an empty string. I'm going to say const password comma set password is going to be equals to use state. This also an initial empty string. Next one is for the name, so const name comma set name is going to be equals to use state, initially empty. Furthermore, is login and set is login, so I'm going to say const is login comma set is login is going to be equals to use state, and initially it's going to be true. Okay, now let's initialize our navigation too. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Import that from React navigation correctly. So now let's look into the design block, that is the safe area view. Let's start with that. So I'm going to say safe area view, copy that down, and we're going to make use of that instead of the normal view that's present over here. Save. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So here let's initialize our view. Within this view, I'm gonna have a text which is gonna say, if at all is login is true, then it's gonna say login, else it's gonna say sign up. Save. As you can see, by default, since it's true, it's gonna be login. Okay, so here we're gonna have a text, we're gonna have a condition, that is for just the name, right? Here I'm gonna say if at all not of is login, and we're gonna show this particular text. This is basically for the registration part, not a text, basically a text input. Import that from React Native. The style is going to be equals to styles dot input. Furthermore, value, that's going to be equals to your name. On change text is going to be equals to directly set name. All right, then we're going to have the placeholder. It's going to say name. Then I'm going to say auto capitalize is going to be words. Then your placeholder text color, that's going to be this color code 666. Save. Now we won't be able to see that because it is currently login, right? After that, we're going to have two more text inputs. This is both similar for logging in as well as registering. So just initialize this over here two more times. So it's going to be again styles.input itself. The value is going to be for the second one email. This is going to be set email. Okay, and placeholder is going to be email over here. And I'm going to say keyboard type is going to be email address. And placeholder is going to be email. That's already changed. We could remove this. That's going to be none. And placeholder text color is going to remain as is. So for the next one, here I'm going to say secure text entry is going to be true. Again, style is going to be styles.input. Value is going to be password. On change text is going to be set your password. So placeholder is going to be password over here. And auto capitalize, we're going to remove that, it's not needed. Placeholder text color is going to remain as is. Okay, so below that we're going to have a touchable opacity. I'm going to say touchable opacity, import that from React Native quickly. This in turn is going to have a text. Again, pass in the same condition over here. Okay, so just like this. Here I'm going to have my style given to this is going to be auth button, and it's also going to have a on press. I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to handle auth. Let's define the function at the top, just an empty function. I'm going to say const handle auth is going to be equals to async function. Okay, that's it. So now for the text, we're going to give the style that's going to be auth button text. Copy that down, and over here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles.auth button text. Save the file. Okay, so as you can see, we have email, password, as well as the login button, since the is login is set to be true. And we're going to have one more touchable opacity. Within this, we're going to have a text again. Over here, I'm going to say is login if it's true. I'm going to say need an account. Then just try to sign up. Else, we're going to say already have an account. Then question mark login. Okay, save the file. As you can see, need an account, sign up. If it's false, that means we have already registered. Then try to log in over here. That's it. So here it's going to be okay. This is not going to have any style. It's going to have on press. Choose that and take in a function over here. Here it's going to say set is login to be the opposite of is login. If it's true, make it false. If it's false, make it true. So that's it. So here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to your styles dot toggle text. Okay, so save the file. Let's press on need an account sign up. It should turn into already have an account login. As you can see, that's looking good. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. So now let's look into the design of all of these, starting off from your safe area view. So here it's going to have the container. Style is going to be equals to styles dot. This is going to be for safe area. Here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot container. Okay, so yes, let's pass on the style for each of them, starting off from your safe area. Initially a flex of 1 and then a BG of white. Safe. As you can see, we're able to see that change. Furthermore, for your container over here, I'm going to say flex of 1, justify of center, as well as align items of center, or you could give directly padding of 20, and it's going to have a BG color of this color code, that is F9, 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 border radius of let's say 15, as well as some
external spacing, that is margin of let's say 10. Save. As you can see, that's looking nice. So apart from the container, we're going to start styling out your title. It's going to have a font size of let's say 28, font weight of bold, then color of 333, okay. Apart from that, we're going to have text align of center. So text align center, then margin bottom value of 30. Save. So let's look into the title part. I don't think we've given that. This is for this one. So style is going to be equals to styles.title. As you can see, that's looking nice. So yeah, below title, we're going to start styling out your input, that is each one of them. So I'm going to say input. This in turn is going to have a specific height of let's say 50, then border color of CCC, border width of 1, then it's going to have some slide border radius of 10, and yeah, apart from that, padding horizontal as well as margin bottom. So padding horizontal of 15, margin bottom value of 15, and apart from that, we're going to give font size of 16 and then a background color of white. So font size 16, BG of white. Save. This is style for the text input. As you can see, just like that, it's looking really good. Okay, so this part is done. So now let's start styling out your auth button over here. I'm going to say auth button. This in turn is going to have a specific BG color, that is FF2 D55, then some padding vertical value of 12, border radius of let's say 25, align items of center, and margin bottom of 15. Save. As you can see, it's looking really nice. So let's start styling out your auth button text. So this is for the text inside the container, color of white, and I'm gonna give font size of 18 or 16 or maybe 17, and then font weight of bold. As you can see, that's looking nice. Apart from that, the final one is for your toggle text. Here I'm going to say toggle text. Color is going to be this color code, that is 00A, I mean 007A double F. Apart from that, text align of center, and I'm going to give font size of 14. So save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. So once you press on that, automatically we should be able to register. As you can see, even the design is looking really good, and even over here it is changing as well. Okay, this part is done. Now let's initialize the handle auth function. Let's also implement the Redux part as well. So let's complete this one. Here I'm going to say const URL is going to be equals to, if is login is true, then this is going to be the URL, that is /API /login. Else it's going to be this URL, that is /API /register. I'm going to say const body is going to be equals to is login. If this is true, then your body is going to be equals to just email comma your password, because we're trying to log in. Else it's going to have three things, that is name, email, and the password. That's it. Now let's initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to, let's make sure we have installed Axios, else let's install that. Yeah, Axios is present. So let's come back over here. It's going to be await Axios, import that, dot apply the post method. It's going to be your URL http localhost 3000, your port number, and your URL. And this in turn is going to take in your body over here. Just going to pass in few headers. I'm going to say content type. It's going to be application /JSON. Let's format once. And yeah, let's actually try to get the auth data over here. So here I'm going to say const auth data is going to be in the form of an object. Token, this is going to come from response.data.token. Response dot, okay, this should be equals to, not colon, my bad. So yeah, response dot data dot your token, and user is going to be equals to response dot data dot your user. According to our backend logic, this is how we access the data. Let's format once, try to save the file. Let's also initialize and install the async storage, and let's try to set up the Redux part, and we're going to store the user information. I'm going to say yarn add async storage. Just make sure to copy this down. Let's also try to install your Redux. I'm going to say yarn add react redux. So once this is done, we're going to install the Redux toolkit as well. So yarn add redux toolkit. So let's create a file. So let's first of all try to do a pod install, because we have done, because we have installed the async storage. And let's create a store.tsx file, and we're gonna start writing the implementation for that. So at the root level, I'm gonna say new file, store.tsx. Here, let's initially import your async storage, or in fact, I'm gonna import all of the required things, just like this. So we're gonna import your configure store as well as create slice and typed use selector hook as well as use dispatch and the use selector from React Redux. So here let's initialize our auth slice. I'm going to say const auth slice is going to be equals to make use of the create slice method, and this in turn is going to take in the name. I'm going to say auth. It's going to take in your initial state. Here user by default is going to be null. Token also by default is going to be null. So furthermore, we're going to have the next one, that is the reducers that are going to come in. The first one is going to be set user. This in turn is going to take in your state as well as your action. And over here I'm just going to set the state. I'm going to say state.user is going to be equals to your action dot your payload dot user. Furthermore, your token, so state.token is going to be equals to action dot payload dot your token. That's it. This is how we set the user, and we should be able to access the user information in any point of the screen. So here finally the next one is for your logout reducer. This is just going to take in your state. Here just set everything to be null. So state.user is going to be equals to null. State.token is going to be null. Then async storage dot remove item of auth. That is the key that we're going to set. Okay, here I'm going to say export const set user logout is going to be equals to auth slice dot actions. Let's also configure over here. I'm going to say export const store is going to be equals to configure store. We have already imported that. This in turn is going to take in your reducer. I'm going to say auth. It's going to be equals to your auth slice dot actions. Okay, so that's it. Let's format once. So here let's try to export your root state as well as the dispatch. So here I'm going to say export type root state is going to be equals to your return type. I'm going to say type of store.getState. So this basically should include your auth. Within that, it's going to have an object with the user is null as well as your token as null. So furthermore, I'm going to say export type app dispatch is going to be equals to type of store.dispatch. Then furthermore, just export the values. I'm going to say export const use app dispatch. It's going to be a normal function. We're going to say use dispatch of your app dispatch. So next one is for use app selector. So here I'm going to say export const use app selector is going to be equals to type used selector hook. It's already imported. It's going to take in your root state. This is going to be equals to your use selector. Okay, so that's it. Let's format and then let's try to save the file. So now the next step is we need to include the provider in the main app.js. Okay, so let's actually make the change over here in the app.tsx. So initially we're going to have something known as the app content. Okay, so within the app content, we're going to initialize your dispatch. That's going to be equals to use dispatch. And we're also going to check a function that is going to be initialize auth, right? So we're going to check if all the user is already present and the token is not yet expired, right? So let's look into that implementation. So I'm going to remove all of these things that are not required now. So I'm going to remove everything that is there over here and start writing the function again. So here I'm going to say const app content is going to be equal to a normal arrow function. Here let's initialize the dispatch. I'm going to say const dispatch is going to be equals to your use dispatch. Import that from React Redux. Okay, so here let's initialize your use effect. I'm going to say use effect. Import that from React quickly. It's going to run on the initial render. Let's initialize the function. I'm going to say const initialize auth is going to be equals to a sync function. And over here, let's initialize our try as well as your catch block. So catch of error, here I'm just going to say console.log error with that particular error. And I'm going to say await async storage dot remove item of your auth. Instead of your try block, let's look at the implementation. First of all, get the auth data from async storage. I'm going to say const auth data is going to be equals to await async storage dot your get item of your auth. If your auth data is present, then just destructure the user. I'm going to say const user comma token is going to be equals to json dot parse of your auth data. Then the next thing is we need to validate the token expiration. So for that we need to install the JWT decode. Let's add that over here. Yarn add JWT decode. Enter. Here I'm going to say const decoded is going to be equals to JWT decode of your auth token or your token and import gwd code from this particular dependency. Okay, here I'm going to say const current time is going to be equals to date.nav divided by 1000. Here I'm going to say if my decoded dot expiry is less than the current time, then token has been expired. Here I'm going to say await async storage dot remove item of your auth and just return from the function. Okay, and apart from that, I'm just going to say token is valid, set user in the redux if at all the value is not expired. So I'm going to say dispatch set user, import that particular function from the store, and it's going to take in two things, that is your user as well as your token. So this would set the value accordingly because we have just implemented that over here, which we are trying to say state.user is going to be equals to action.payload.user and state.token is going to be equals to action.payload.token. Okay, that's it. Come back over here. Yeah, so that's pretty much it about your function. Let's try to call the function over here. I'm going to say initialize auth, and it's going to be dependent upon the dispatch. So now here we're going to return your code, that is the previous code that was present, and here we're going to have the function app. I'm going to say function app. I'm going to say react.jsx dot element. Here we're going to say return provider, import that from redux. This in turn is going to have your app content being shown. This in turn is going to take in the store. That's going to be equals to your store. Import the store file correctly from the store.tsx. Okay, just like this. Let's try to save the file. We have completed setting this up. So now let's try to cut the terminal and then let's try to reload the application. Here I'm just going to say yarn start or yarn iOS, enter. So yeah, let's give it a couple of minutes for this to load and then build up the application. So once this is happening, let's actually try to initialize or complete the code in the function. Yeah, so once after initializing the auth data, here we need to dispatch it. Dispatch, let's initialize that over here. I'm going to say const dispatch is going to be equals to use dispatch. So we need to import the use dispatch hook from React Redux. Yeah, it got imported. So now below this, I'm going to say dispatch your set user. Again, we need to import that function from your store.tsx file. Import that and pass in your auth data to this. The next step is I'm just going to say await async storage dot, we're going to set item and we're going to pass in the key and value over here. It's going to be set item method. It's going to take in the key, that's going to be auth. Value is going to be json dot stringify of your auth data. That's it. Once it's done, just directly navigate to your profile screen. I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to your profile. Okay, that's pretty much it. This is your complete functionality for registering as well as logging in as well. Let's try to save. So as you can see, we've got an error which says element type is invalid, expected a string, but received an object. So yeah, it is pretty much similar for all of the three errors. Okay, so I think the issue is with respect to your export, it's not exported correctly, that is the app. So here I'm just going to say export default app. Save. Alright, so that part is done. So next it says store does not have a valid reducer. So make sure the argument passed to combine reducers is an object. Okay, so let's look into that. Oh, okay, my bad, because I've written the wrong method over here. It should be reducer, not actions. So make that change. Save. Try to reload once. We should not get that store error again. Yeah, so as you can see, that is solved. So let's try to register once. I'm going to say profile and let's try to sign in. Need an account sign up. Enter your name. So I'm going to enter Sujan, your email, and enter a password. So once we sign up, if at all we do have the user in the profile screen, the other design should be shown. That is this one, right? Let's give that a try. I'm going to say sign up. Okay, so there is some issue. Okay, my bad, because this is still hard coded. We need to make that change. I think the login was successful. I mean, the sign up was successful. Let's verify that in the backend. I'm going to say, clusters over here. Browse collections. We should have our first user over here. Let's come to the users collection, and there you go. Our user has been created. Let's just make one change over here. We should be able to get the details of the user. So let's come back to profile screen. Let's get the details from the Redux, right? So it's going to be const user comma your token is going to be equals to use app selector. Import that from the store, and if for every state it's going to be equals to your state dot your auth. Let's try to save the file, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to see the information regarding the user. Let's actually style this out. We haven't styled your profile text, subtext, as well as logout button, as well as the logout text. Let's scroll to the bottommost part. Here I'm going to say profile text. So over here I'm going to say font size is going to be 22, font weight of bold. Okay, and I'm also going to give it, let's say, color of 333, text align of center, and I'm going to give it a margin bottom value of 10. Save. As you can see, that's looking nice. Below that, we're going to start styling out your subtext that's present. So font size of 16, then color of 666. Furthermore, text align center. Then we're going to have the next one that's going to be your margin bottom of 20. Save. As you can see, that's looking nice. So now start styling out your logout button. Here it's going to have a BG color. So background color of this color code, that is 007AAF. Padding vertical of, let's say, 10, and padding horizontal of 30, as well as border radius of 20. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So let's verify the color again. 007 is going to be AFF. Save. As you can see, that's looking even more better. So logout text, that's the final part over here. Color is going to be white for this, and give it a text align of center. Furthermore, I'm going to say font size of 16. So font size 16, as well as your font weight of bold. Save. As you can see, that's looking really good. So now just let's initialize on press event on the logout button. That is there over here. This one. I want to say on press, take in a function and directly dispatch the logout event. We've already defined that in the Redux part. So I'm going to say dispatch of logout. import this particular function or the particular functionality from the store file. Okay, that's it. I think dispatch is not yet set up, so I'm going to say const dispatch is going to be equals to use dispatch. Make sure to import use dispatch from React Redux. Okay, that's it. So let's try to save the file. Yeah, so we're able to get all of the required details. So this part is done. So now let's head over to the next design, next tab, that is your community screen. Okay, so here we're going to show all of the posts that are going to be shown up. Okay, so let's look into this. Let's come back to your community screen, and you can actually check out how exactly your community screen is looking. That is by checking out the screenshot that I've sent. So all the screenshots are in the description in the form of a drive link. So in the community, let's at the top initialize some of the things that are required, like navigation and states. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Import that correctly. Furthermore, your token, I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to use app selector. So for every state, we're going to just target the state.auth. Furthermore, let's initialize it for the post. I'm going to say const posts comma set posts is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty array. Alright, so let's make sure to import use state from React. So apart from that, we're going to also have the loading setup. So I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, initially false value. So now let's look into the design of your community screen. Let's come back over here. So I'm going to use my safe area view initially. So here I'm going to say safe area view. Copy that down, and we're going to make use of that over here. Let's pass on the style. Style is going to be equals to your styles dot safe area. Below that, we're going to have a view. I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have another view, which in turn is going to have a text which says our community. Below the text, we're going to have the next part, that is going to be a touchable opacity. Import that from React Native correctly. Okay, and this in turn is going to have a text which is going to show a plus icon. So let's pass on the style for the touchable opacity. It's going to be equals to styles dot your plus button. Here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot plus text. So for the outermost view, I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot container. Here style is going to be equals to styles dot your header. Okay, so this is going to say style dot header text. Now let's style all of these at once. So header text, starting off from your safe area. So let's scroll down. Here I'm going to say safe area. Give it a flex of 1 and then a BG color of white. And for the container, I'm just going to give it a flex of 1. Furthermore, for the header, let's give the style. It's going to have a flex of row. So flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Apart from that, some internal spacing, that is padding of 20. Then background color of double F. I mean a white basically. Okay, so apart from that, you're going to have your border bottom width, that is going to be 1, and border bottom color, that is going to be triple E, elevation of 4. Save. As you can see, that is looking really good. Let's finish up styling. It's going to look even more better, right? So apart from header, we're going to start styling out your header text. That's going to have a kind of larger font size. So font size of, let's say, 26. font weight of bold, color of 333. As you can see, that's looking really nice. Apart from that, let's start styling out your plus button. Here I'm going to say plus. This is basically your touchable opacity part, so it's going to have some different kind of background color, that is FF 2D and then 55. It's going to have a width of 45 and it's going to have a height of 45 as well. Then it's going to have a border radius of 22.5 just to make it look exactly circular. Okay, so justify of center as well as align items of center. So yeah, that's the styling for this. Let's also pass in an elevation of 3 for this container. So I'm going to say elevation is 3. Save. As you can see, it's looking really nice. So now let's start styling out your plus text. I'm going to say plus text. It's going to have a color of white. Apart from that, font size of let's say 26. Furthermore, it's going to have a font weight of bold. Save. As you can see, that's looking really nice. So yeah, this part is done. This is the initial part. Once when we get the posts and the posting part is done into the backend, we get the post and then we design it. Okay, so now the next step is, once when you press on the plus button, if at all the user is a valid user, then only we would be allowing the user to go to the next screen and then do a post. So in case if the user is not a valid user, that means if at all they are not logged in or registered, we need to show some kind of a message to the user. So let's initialize the condition or the on press over here. I'm going to say on press, it's going to be equals to handle add post. So yeah, let's go on to the top and then define that over here. Here I'm going to say const handle add post is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to say if at all no token is present, then we're going to show some kind of message that is in the form of a model. So for that, let's initialize the state. I'm going to say const model visible comma set model visible is going to be equals to use state, initially false. Here I'm going to say if not of token, in that case I'm going to say set model visible to be of true, and then just directly return from the function. Else if at all we do have the token and it is valid, then just say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be your add post screen. So now let's install a dependency that is known as React Native model. I'm going to say yarn add React Native model, enter. Let's also create our screen that is known as add post screen. Then I'm going to say new screen, add post screen dot tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save. Come back to your app navigator, and where we have the community part, here I'm going to say new screen. It's going to say add post, component is going to be add post screen dot tsx. Make sure to import that from the screens folder correctly. So yeah, let's try to save. Let's come back to your community screen. Here I'm going to say add post. Okay, first of all, let's finish designing up your model part. That is, if at all we do not have any token, we need to show the user some kind of message. Let's say we're going to show this right below your view, that is over here. I'm going to say model React Native model, just like that, and it's going to have some props over here. I'm going to say is visible is going to be equals to is model visible. Okay, my bad, it's going to be model visible. Then I'm going to say on backdrop press, it's going to take in a function and we're just going to say set the model visible to be false. Format once. Yeah, so apart from that, we're going to have, style. That's going to be equals to styles dot your model. Then swipe direction is going to be equals to down. I'm going to say on swipe complete. Taken a function and we're just going to say set model visible to be a false. Okay, so within the model we're going to have a view. Within that we're going to have a text which says please log in. One more text which says you need to be logged in to like a post or create a new post. And below this we're going to have your touchable opacity which says go to profile. Here I'm going to say touchable opacity. It's going to have a text which says go to profile. Another touchable opacity below this, that is going to be your cancel button. Here I'm just going to say cancel. Alright, starting off from this particular view, style is going to be equals to your styles dot model content. Let's pass on the style for this. So style is going to be equals to styles dot model title. Let's pass on the style for this. It's going to be equals to styles dot your model text. Okay, so for the touchable opacity it's going to be equals to model button. So style is going to be equals to styles dot model button. Let's pass on the style for this. It's going to be equals to styles dot model button text. Here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot model cancel button. So let's start styling out this first initially. So starting off from your model, let's scroll down. Here I'm going to say model. It's going to have justify content of flex end and I'm going to give it a margin of 0 because there is some default margin that is present. So for model content, we're going to have a bg of white and I'm going to say padding of 20 and border top left radius of 20 as well as border top right radius also of 20. And then I'm going to provide align items of center. So apart from that, yeah, there is a wrong spelling of content. Apart from that, we're going to have your model title. So I'm going to say model title. It's going to have font size of let's say 16, color of 666. Then we're going to have a text align of center, margin bottom of 20. Format. This part is done. Apart from model title, we're going to have model text. I'm going to say model text, font size of 16, color of 666, text align of center. Then we're going to have margin bottom of 20 again for this as well. So my bad, it should be 10 for the model title. This should be 20. The next one is for your model button. So I'm just going to paste in the code for that. So model button, this is the style, and this is the style for model button text. Below that, we are going to have two things: model cancel button, that is this one. Just copy that down. So here I'm going to say padding vertical of 10, and the next one is model cancel button text. We haven't given that, so let's give that style over here for the text. Okay, so I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot model cancel button text. Let's pass that over here. So this in turn is going to have font size of this color code, font size of 16, and color of this color code 007AFF. Save the file. Now actually let's give this a try. I want to see how exactly this is looking, but it wouldn't show us because the token is valid. Let's try to log out the user and then let's give this a try. I'm going to press on logout over here. As you can see, just like that, once the user is logged out, we automatically come to the profile screen, and since the user information was not stored in Redux because it was cleared off when we pressed on logout, we're able to see the previous design itself. Let's try to press on community. Now if I press on the plus button, it should not navigate us to the add post. It should show us the model and it should return from the function. Let's give that a try. So there you go, just like that, it's showing correctly fine. It says please log in. You need to be logged in to like a post or create a new post. Okay, that's looking fine. So I think there is some issue with the colors. I think it should be, a dark colored basically. So let's look into that once. So for the model title, that is this one, let's keep it to be 333. Yeah, that's looking fine. Let's say font weight of 600. For this also, let's say 333. Yes, that's looking good. Okay, so once you press on profile, I think we haven't shut that up. We should be navigated to the profile part. So we're able to create and show some kind of message to the user, that is they cannot post unless they are logged in or they are registered. Okay, so let's try to log in now because we haven't tried that feature yet. So sign in. Now just try to log in without registering. I'm going to give my email which is already registered. Also, you can try adding some loading indicators once it is processing. Okay, it gives a good UI to the user. So let's press on login. There you go, we have currently logged in and this is showing the logout button. So now if I come back to the community screen and press on plus, it should not show us the model because we must have the token present, and it should not even go into the condition. Directly it should execute this navigation.navigate to add post. Let's give that a try. So there you go, automatically it's working absolutely fine, which is good. So yeah, now the user can post because the user is a registered user as well as the user is currently logged in as well. So now let's start looking into the design of your add post screen. Okay, so you can actually check out the screenshot of how exactly it's looking. So for this we are going to make use of your React Native image picker. Let's install that. I'm going to say yarn add React Native image picker. Enter. We're also going to make use of your React Native progress. I'm going to say yarn add React Native progress. Enter. Let's try to do a pod install once in the iOS directory. So pod install. Yeah, so it's installing the React Native image picker library. Let's try to reload our app once. Let's go to the community tab over here and then plus button. So as you can see, even if I reload the app, we are still able to purchase the token because of the async storage that we have used, and the user is currently still logged in itself, which is a good thing, right? So let's start looking into the design of your add post screen. Here let's try to get in all of the required details at the top before designing. I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to use app selector. This in turn is going to take in the state and it's going to be equals to your state dot your auth. So here let's initialize navigation to const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Import that from your React navigation as such. Furthermore, let's initialize recipe name. I'm going to say const recipe name comma set recipe name is going to be equals to use state, initially empty, and we also need access to your description of the recipe. I'm going to say const description comma set description is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string, and here I'm going to say const photo comma set photo is going to be equals to use state. It is going to be of type string or null at the beginning. Alright, the next thing is for to check if all the photo is uploading or not. That is a basic state. Let's try to import use state because it is erroring out. So here I'm going to say const uploading comma set uploading is going to be equals to use state of false. We're also going to track the upload progress, because as you saw in the demo part of the video, while posting it's a good thing to show some kind of progress to the user, that is the current post is getting posted in the form of a model, right? So I'm going to say uploading progress comma set uploading progress is going to be equals to use state initially 0. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is let's look into the design of all of the required things. Let's make use of safe area view again. So let's make use of that over here. It's going to have your safe area. Style is going to be equals to styles dot safe area. That's the style given. Below that we're going to make use of your scroll view. I'm going to say scroll view. Import that from React Native. Within that we're going to have a view, which in turn is going to have a text which says create a post. Alright, so let's try to save the file. So for this I'm going to give the style. It's going to be equals to styles dot container, and for this I'm going to say styles dot your content. For this I'm going to say styles dot your title. Let's start off from your safe area view. I mean not safe area view, safe area. That's the style given. This in turn is going to have a flex of 1 and then a BG color of white. Then similarly for your container, I'm going to say flex of 1. For the content, let's provide some padding. So I'm going to say content over here. Initially padding of 15, as well as padding top value. So padding top of let's say 20. Then for the title, I'm going to say font size of 24, font weight of bold, color of 333, text align of center, and some margin bottom value of 20. Save the file. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see anything. Probably we need to reload the app or restart the application. Yeah, we're able to see that, which is good. So yeah, this part is done. So title is done. So now the next step is let's come back to return block, and we need to first of all initialize a touchable opacity over here. I'm going to say touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. First of all, you're going to check the condition that if at all your photo is present, then show that particular image. Here I'm going to say image. Import image from React Native. So it's going to take in the source URI, that's going to be equals to your photo itself. Okay, so let's pass on the style for this. It's going to be equals to your styles dot image preview. Else, if the photo is not selected at the initial point, we're going to have a text being shown which is going to say pick an image. So let's pass on the style for this. It's going to be equals to styles dot image picker. This is going to say style dot pick text. Let's initially start styling out your image picker as well as your image preview too. So for image picker, I'm going to say height of 200, border width of 1, then border color of CCC. Apart from that, border radius of 15 and justify content of center, align items of center, margin bottom of 15, and we're going to give it a specific kind of background color, that is F9, F9, F9. So save. As you can see, just like that, our design is looking really good. So yeah, apart from image picker, we're going to provide the design for your image preview. This in turn is going to have a width of 100%. Then we're going to have, a border width. I mean, not border width. We're going to have a height of 100% as well. Border radius of, let's say, 15, and a resize mode of cover. Save. The next thing is for your pick text, color of 666 and then a font size of 16. So color is going to be 666 and we're going to pass in a font size of 16. Save. So you can see that's looking good. So yeah, apart from touchable opacity, we're going to have the next part being shown, that is going to be a text input. This in turn is going to have styles.input. Then it's going to have your value, that's going to be equals to your recipe name. It's going to have your on change, that's going to be equals to your set recipe name. Format once, it's going to have a placeholder which says recipe name. So I'm going to say recipe name. Apart from that, it's going to have editable. It's going to be opposite of not of uploading. If it's uploading, we can't edit it. That's the only thing, right? Next part, we're going to have one more text input. So yeah, it's going to have pretty much an array of styles. The first one is going to be styles.input. The second one is going to be styles.description input. So value is going to be this time description. Let's make that change. So description over here, and on change text is going to be equals to set your description, and placeholder is going to be description. Placeholder text color, it's going to be 666. Apart from that, we're going to provide it multi-line. Then editable is of course going to be again similar, not of uploading. Save. As you can see, we have two things, recipe name as well as your description. Let's start styling out your input and the remaining things. So here I'm going to say input. Initially it's going to have a height of 40, border color of CCC, border width of 1, border radius of 10, then padding horizontal of let's say 10, then margin bottom value of 15, as well as font size of 16. Save. As you can see, just like that, it's looking good. So apart from your input, the next thing is for your description input, that is this one. Copy that down. So for this one, we're gonna have height of 120, text align vertical, it's gonna be top, then padding top of some 10. Format once. Let's try to save the file. Yeah, for some reason it's not aligned correctly as the recipe name, so let's look into that. Yeah, probably it should come within the text input itself, within the view. Save. As you can see, that is looking good. Let's pass on the same placeholder text color for this as well. Yeah, that's looking nice. So yeah, this part is done. So for some reason editable is wrong over here. Copy down the previous value. Format. Save. So next we're going to have a post button. So for that, over here I'm going to say touchable opacity, which in turn is going to have a text which says post. Let's pass on the style over here. It's going to be equals to styles dot post button. It's going to have an array of styles basically, so I'm going to say styles dot post button, and it's going to have uploading. If it's true, it's going to be styles dot post button disabled, because once the user presses on upload, you can't edit anything, and we need to disable that button. So yeah, that's pretty much it. This is going to say post button text. So let's start styling out your post button at the bottommost part. So I'm going to say post button over here, background color of this color code, that is FF 2D55. Apart from that, some padding vertical of let's say 12 and border radius of 25. Then we're going to give it some align items of center, as well as a margin top value of 10. As you can see, that's looking good. The next one is for your post button text. I'm going to say post button text. This in turn is going to have color of white, font weight of bold, font size of 16. The next thing is for your post button disabled. We're going to have a background color of this color code as well as a opacity of 0.7. As you can see, it's looking good, and it is scrollable as well. So yeah, that's pretty much it about your design of your add a post screen. So now the next step is, let's go back to the backend part, that is API folder, and then let's design all of the endpoints for, first of all, uploading a post as well as getting all of the posts and then showing them in the community screen. Once that is done, we're going to implement your liking a post as well as commenting a particular post. So now the next step is, let's head back to your index.js file. Let's start writing the endpoints for creating a post and then storing that particular post to the backend part. So here let's make use of the post method. I'm going to say app.post. It's going to be /API and then /posts. So this is going to have your middleware, that is authenticate token. So we need to define that, and here I'm going to say upload.single of your image, and this is going to have your async method with your request and response in the callback. Okay, so first of all, let's define your middleware, that is authenticate token. So if and only if your token is present or valid, then only they are able to access these routes or do a post. So here I'm going to say const authenticate token is going to have your request, result, as well as your next. So here first of all I'm going to get my auth header. I'm going to say const auth header is going to be equals to request dot headers of your authorization. If you want to log it, you can just try to console.log it. This is going to be auth header. So furthermore, we need to extract the token after bearer. So here I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to auth header and I'm going to say auth header dot apply the split method and just give the first position. So for that, just access 1 over here. So this would give you the token value. So here I'm going to say if not of token, then in that case I'm going to say return result dot status of 401 dot json with a message being access is denied. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So here I'm going to make use of my jwt dot verify method, your token. So use the same key to verify with which it was created. So pass in a secret key, and this in turn is going to give you the error as well as your user. If any error is found, then I'm going to say console.log jwt verification error. Okay, and I'm going to show that error over here. I'm going to say error dot message. So here I'm going to say if my error dot name is going to be equals to token expired error. So then in this case I'm just directly going to say return result dot status of 401 dot json with a message being token is expired, please log in again. So let's format once. Okay, so once this is done, I'm just going to say request dot user is going to be equals to user and then directly use the next. This means this is complete and it will go to the next one in your api.post method. Okay, so format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so let's continue implementing this. So here I'm going to get in two things, that is your recipe name. So I'm going to say const recipe name as well as your description. It's going to be equals to your request dot body. And here I'm going to say if at all there is no recipe name or if at all there is no description, then in that case I'm just going to say return result dot status of 400 dot json with a message being recipe name and description required. Okay, if we have both of them, or we need to check one more condition, if not request dot file, then in that case I'm just directly going to say return result dot status of 400 dot json with a message being image is required. Alright, so once this is done, I'm going to create my new post. So here I'm going to say const post is going to be equals to new post, your user id initially. I'm going to say this is going to be equals to request dot user dot id. Furthermore, your recipe name, that's going to come from the front end part. So pass on that value as well as your description from your front end part. Finally, your image URL. So currently we are tracking it in the local way, that is it's local to the project. It's going to be a hard-coded value, that is uploads, and then / make use of the dollar. It's going to be equals to request dot file dot your file name. So here let's initialize our try catch block. Okay, so in the try block, just say await post.save and result the status of 201.json of your post. If there is any error while implementing this, just show that particular error. Save the file. Let's also write the endpoint to get all of the posts. It's pretty simple. I'm going to say app.get method /API and then / your posts. It's going to have your async method with your request as well as the response in the callback. Here I'm going to initialize my try catch block, so catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log, or you can directly send the response. I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a message being error fetching posts with that particular error message. Instead of your try block now, I'm going to directly access const posts is going to be equals to await post dot find method, and we're going to populate it. So I'm going to say populate with respect to user ID, and we need access to three things, that is the name and the email. And we're also going to sort it, so we get the latest post always. So I'm going to say dot sort. I'm going to say with the help of created at, it's going to be -1. I'm going to apply the limit to be 20. Format once. So once this is done, we're just going to send directly to the front end part. Here we're going to say result.json of your posts. That's it. Format once, and then let's try to save the file. Now let's head back to your add post screen, and then first of all let's implement the design for if at all we press on this particular pick an image button or touchable opacity, we need to be opening that image picker, right? So first of all, let's initialize on press event on that. This one I'm going to say on press, it's going to say open gallery. So let's define the function that is open gallery over here. I'm going to say const open gallery is going to be equals to a async function. So here I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await. I'm going to make use of the launch image library from that particular package. So I'm going to say launch image library, and over here we need to pass in the media type. I'm going to say media type is going to be your photo. So let's import that over here at the top, just like this. Okay, so once that is done, here I'm going to say if my result dot assets of 0 dot URI, if this is present, then I'm just going to directly set the photo. I'm going to say set photo to be of result dot your assets of 0 dot your URI. Okay, so that's it. Let's try to save the file, and now let's give a on press event on the final button, that is your post button. I think your model is not yet initialized, so let's design that first, because once when you give on the post, we need to show that progress in the help of a model. So below your scroll view, I'm going to initialize my model. So that should basically come from your React Native model. Okay, so within the model over here, I'm going to have my view. Within that, we're going to have a text which shows posting. Below that, we're going to show the bar. That's going to come from your dependency again. That is going to be React Native progress. Okay, so let's pass on the style for this. Style is going to be equals to styles.model content. This is going to be styles.model text. For this model, let's pass on some required things. Is visible. It's going to be equals to uploading. Once if uploading is set to true, automatically this should be shown. So I'm going to say uploading, and then backdrop opacity. I'm going to say backdrop opacity is going to be equals to 0.5, and I'm going to say style is going to be equals to your styles.model. Let's give a format once. So yeah, apart from that bar, for the bar we need to provide some details. Initially progress, that is going to be equals to your uploading progress divided by 100. So initially this value is set to be 0, so it would be at the leftmost part. So width is going to be equals to 200, height of 10, and we need to pass in a specific color of this color code, that is ff2d and then 55. Furthermore, a slight border radius of, let's say, 5. Let's give a format once. So yes, apart from border radius, I'm going to say unfilled color is going to be equals to D, and border width is going to be equals to 0. That's pretty much it. Let's look into the style of all of this, and we also need to pass in the percentage as well. So after the bar, I'm going to have the text which says percentage. So style is going to be equals to styles.progress text. Let's pass on all of the styles starting from your model. So here I'm going to say model, initially justify content of center as well as align items of center as well. Apart from that, target your model content. This in turn is going to have a BG color of FFF, some internal spacing, that is padding of 20, and border radius of 15. Okay, and some align items of center as well, and I'm going to give it an elevation of 5. Save. Okay, so it says React Native SVG could not be found. I think this is required for the animation part. Let's install this. Yarn add React Native SVG, enter. So let's continue designing this. Apart from model content, we have the next part, that is your model text. I'm going to say model text. This in turn is going to have font size of 18. Furthermore, font weight of bold. So I'm going to say font weight is bold. Then color of 333. Alright, and some margin bottom of 15. Okay, so apart from model text, we're going to have the next one, that's going to be progress text. So initially font size of 14, color of 666, so apart from that, some margin top value of 10. Save the file. So yeah, this is done. So now let's finally give the on press, on press on your post button, that is this one. I'm going to say on press, it's going to say handle post. So yes, let's define the function, that is handle post at the top. So here I'm going to say const handle post is going to be equals to a sync function, and over here I'm going to say if there is no recipe name, or if at all there is no photo, or if at all there is no description. In this case, I'm just going to say alert dot alert. I think we need to import alert from React Native. Dot alert. I'm just going to say missing fields. Please fill all fields. And we're going to return from this. Alright. So yeah, once this is done, I'm going to say one more condition. If at all there is no token present, give again similar message, that is alert.alert, authentication error. No valid token found. Okay. So yeah, once this is done, I'm gonna set my uploading to be true such that my model opens up over here. Set uploading to be true and set upload progress should be 0 over here. So set upload progress. Is it upload or uploading? Let me check that. Okay, it should be set uploading progress, this one. To be of 0. Yeah, it's taking the value, which is good. So yeah, after that, I'm going to initialize my form data. I'm going to say const form data is going to be equals to new form data, and I'm going to say form data dot append your recipe name. That is going to be your recipe name. That's the value. Similarly, I'm going to paste in the same thing for the other remaining fields, that is for the photo as well as for the description. So we're going to say form data dot append. For description, it's going to be description. Then form data dot append for your image is going to be URI of type photo. Type is going to be image / JPEG, and this is going to be the name. So here I'm going to initialize my try as well as catch block, catch of error. I'm going to say console.log error, that particular error message. Instead of the try block, I'm going to say await Axios, import Axios from Axios dot your post method, and here is going to be the URL http localhost 3000 /API /posts. This in turn is going to take in your form data, and here I'm just going to pass in few headers that are required. I'm going to say headers so the first one is going to be content type. It's going to be multi-part. Then form data. You need to pass in your authorization. So I'm going to say authorization is going to be equals to bearer and your token. So I'm going to say $token. So I think token is already initialized from the help of use selector. Okay. So yeah, that's it. I think there is some issue with the brackets, I guess. Let's just try to remove the headers once and let's see. Okay, so let's also write the code for your on upload progress. So here we are trying to set the upload progress percentage. So as and when you press on the post, automatically it should go from 0 to 100%. So this should be set uploading progress, I guess. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save. So yes, once this is done, we need to ensure that progress bar shows 100% before navigating. So for that, here I'm going to say set your upload progress or set uploading progress to be of 100. Then we're going to wait for 1 second after the upload completes for a smooth transition. I'm going to say wait new promise. I'm going to directly resolve it. I'm going to say set timeout. I'm going to pass the resolve and I'm going to pass in the 100, not 100 milliseconds, 1000 milliseconds, that is 1 second. And finally, I'm going to say navigation dot go back. That's it. So let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. So let's try to implement this, that is try to post this. So I'm going to say pick image, or let's do a pod install because we've installed React Native SVG, and then let's try to reload the application. So as you can see, it is installing that package. Let's try to implement it from the starting point. So here I'm just going to say yarn iOS. So it's currently building it up, so it's almost opened. So let's try to post over here. I'm going to say community plus button. Let's try to choose a file. So hopefully it should open up the image picker. So as you can see, it is opening it up, which is good. So I've already downloaded some food images. You can choose whatever you want. Let's say this one, first image. As you can see, it automatically went into that position. Recipe name, I'm going to say masala dosa. Description, you can pass in anything. This is a special masala dosa. And then let's try to post. So once when we press on post, hopefully if you have done everything correctly, the model should open up. And after all the backend implementation is done correctly, it should also show the correct progress, as well as we need to navigate back to the previous screen. Let's try to press on post. So there you go, posting, and then boom, we just came back to the previous screen. Okay, so I think there was one issue while showing the percentage part. Apart from that, everything was sorted, everything worked absolutely fine. Probably we didn't style the progress text, I guess. Yeah, it is styled. Yeah, for some reason we were not able to see the progress, I mean the percentage number, I guess. Apart from that, everything worked absolutely fine. We were able to see that model and as well as the progress as well. That is while posting. Let's do check out the backend once and then let's verify the posts part. So we should be having our first post. So there you go, we do have our first post. And yes, there is some issue with this part as well. It's currently undefined over here. So let's look into that. Okay, so we are getting that part, but we're not getting the right hand side of it. That is probably, let's look into once over here at the top while initializing all of our storage values. That is this one. And let's try to delete the post once. I'm just going to make the change for this. Hopefully there is no errors related to this. Okay, let's try to save the file. Yeah, we do have the uploads. So let's delete that previous one. And the next step is, I think we need to look into the endpoint. Probably there we might have some issues that is related to the file and all. Okay, my bad. It should be /uploads, I guess, over here. Save the file. And then it's going to be equals to request.file.filename. Okay, so request.file dot your file name. Let's try to save the file. Let's give this one more try. And also let's look into the error that is in the add post screen for your percentage that is in your model. Okay, I think we're not even showing the number. My bad. Yeah, so my bad. I forgot to add that. So it should be upload progress. What was the value again? Uploading progress. Yeah, that's the value we need to add over here. So yes, I think now we should be able to see that number as well along with the percentage symbol. Let's give this one more try. Plus, pick an image, the first one, and here enter the recipe name, some description. This is a special masala dosa. And then let's try to post. So hopefully now we should be able to get that particular correct file name as well as the correct image in the upload section, as well as we need to see the percentage in the model. So let's press on post. So there you go, boom, and then we come back over here. So that's working absolutely fine. Let's verify it once again over here. Let's come to posts and we should be able to see it. So there you go, we are able to see that correctly. And with the help of this, we can start styling out your community screen as well. That is all of the posts. So let's come back to your community screen.tsx and let's initialize the use effect to fetch your data. So let's come back over here. Here I'm going to say use effect. Import that from React. Here I'm going to say fetch posts. Okay, so let's define the function. I'm going to say const fetch posts is going to be equals to async method. Here initially your try as well as your catch block. So I'm going to say catch of error. Here I'm just going to say console.log error with that particular error message. Within the try block, I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say Axios. We need to import Axios from Axios dot get method. This is going to be your URL http localhost then 3000 /API/ your posts. Okay, once we have this, I think the data is already set up. That is your state. Let's try to store it over here. I'm going to say set posts to be of your response dot data. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And here I'm going to say finally we could set the loading to be false. So also once when the screen is focused, we need to call the function as well. So I'm going to make use of the use focus effect as well as the use callback. So you can pretty much copy this down. Make sure to import use focus effect from your React navigation and use callback hook from React. Such that once when we post and then automatically we are navigated to this, we should be able to see the updated posts. Okay, so format once and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, so hopefully we do not have any error, which is good. So now let's come into the return block and then let's start to show your details, that is all of the posts. Just below your view, I'm going to check the condition that if at all my posts dot length is equals to 0 question mark, we're going to show this particular design, else we're going to show a flat list. So I'm just going to copy paste the first design where we have a hard-coded image which says no posts yet, else we're going to implement a flat list. So import flat list from React Native. This in turn is going to take in the data. It is going to say posts and render item. I'm going to say it's going to be equals to render post. Let's format once. Let's try to import image from React Native. So apart from that, we are going to pass the key extractor. So it's going to be equals to for every item item.id. Also apart from that, we're going to pass an initial number to render. So I'm going to say initial number to render, that's going to be equals to 5. Then we're going to say max to render per batch is also 5. So window size is going to be 5 over here. We're trying to just get 5 posts at a time or at a single duration for the first time. Then content container style is going to be equals to styles.list. Furthermore, we're going to pass in your refreshing as well. It's going to be equals to loading, and on refresh we're just going to say fetch the posts. So the latest posts will be fetched. Format once. Let's try to define your render post method at the top. Here I'm going to say const render post is going to be equals to take in the item and pass in the type any, and we could directly try to return it over here. I'm going to say view. Within this view, we're going to have your image. Image is already imported, which is good. Pass in the source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. That's going to be equals to, as well as pass on the style. Okay, so below that we're going to have your information regarding the posts. So the first text is going to say item.userid.name, because we've already gotten all of the user information as well with the help of the populate method in the backend. So let's initialize your second text. This is going to say moment. I hope we have installed moment, I guess, in the front end part. Oh no, it's not installed. Let's install that. Yarn add moment. Here it's going to be equals to moment of your item dot created at dot, I'm going to say from now. import moment from moment correctly. Just like this. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So below that we're gonna have one more text, that is to show your recipe name. I'm gonna say item dot your recipe name. Below that finally your description. So text, it's gonna be equals to item dot your description. And below that we're gonna have your two things, that is your heart icon as well as the comment icon. I'm gonna get in the code for that. That's gonna come right below your text over here. I'll paste it over here, format once. Let's remove this for now, and we're gonna implement it once when we have the backend also working for the liking as well as commenting. So now let's pass on styling for each of them. So here I'm gonna say style is gonna be equals to styles dot your post container, and here I'm gonna say style is gonna be equals to styles dot post info. Okay, so for all of this is going to be different styles. So I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot your username. Let's just copy that once and then let's make the change for the other ones. This is going to say your time. Below that we're going to have your recipe name. Below that we're going to have your description. Yeah, so this is already passed. Let's try to save the file. So there you go. We do have our first post being shown over here, which is good. So let's start styling this out, starting off from your post container. I think I missed out one thing for the ID. It's going to be item dot underscore ID. I just noticed when I got that key error. Okay, so the next one over here is for the styling part, starting off from your post container. Here I'm going to say post container. It's going to have a margin vertical of let's say 12. Then it's going to have some background color, that's going to be white. Furthermore, border radius, I'm going to say 18. Elevation is going to be 6. Then we're going to have overflow is going to be hidden. Apart from that, we're going to say shadow color, that's going to be 000. I'm going to say shadow offset, width of 0, as well as a height of 0. Not 0, height of 2. Then I'm going to give it some shadow opacity as well. So shadow opacity of 0.1 and shadow radius of 4. Okay, let's try to save the file. As you can see, we are seeing some changes, but we need to make it look better. Target the post image, width of 100%, and I'm going to give it a height of 250. Resize mode of cover. So there you go. We are able to see our first image being shown onto the screen. That's for the first post. It's looking fine. So below that, your post info. Let's start styling out that. It's going to have some padding of 15, some internal spacing. Save. Below that, we're going to have your username being styled. So username, it's going to have font size 16, font weight of 600, color is going to be 333. Okay, that's looking good. Apart from username, you're going to have your time being styled. So font size 12, color is going to be 666, and margin top value of 10, not 10, 3. Okay, as you can see, Sujan, and then 12 minutes ago we have posted. The next one is for your recipe name. I'm going to say recipe name, initially font size of let's say 20, and then font weight of bold. Then I'm going to give it some color as well. I'm going to say color FF 2D 55, margin vertical of 8. Save. As you can see, it's looking really good. So finally, I'm just going to paste in the remaining codes for the description as well as the content part. That is your interaction, where all of your comments and the likes is going to go into. Save. As you can see, just like that, it's looking really good. Or you could actually, reduce the border radius for the image so that it takes up the entire space. Probably for your post image, you need to make that change. Or for the post container, save. Okay, I think this is looking good. Okay, and we also have that loading over here, which is looking nice as well. And let's add a default loading indicator if it's loading before the return block over here. And also make sure to import your activity indicator from React Native. Save. So we need to pass in the loading as well. That is your style. It's going to have a flex of 1 and then a justify content of center. So here I'm going to say loading flex of 1 justify content of center. That's pretty much it. So as you can see, we're able to show all of the posts from a particular user. As you can see, my name is there, and 14 minutes ago we have the name as well as the description. So this part is working absolutely fine. So now the next part we'll be looking into over here is the liking as well as your commenting of posts. So for that we need to initialize few endpoints in the backend part, that is to like a post as well as to comment a post. So let's head back to your index.js file, that is over here, and this is the one. So at the bottommost part, so here we're going to start defining 2 or 3 endpoints for liking a post as well as commenting on a particular post, and also to get all of the comments for a particular post. So let's look into all of these 4 endpoints now. So here I'm going to say app.get, app.post, it's going to be /API /posts, and then for your particular ID, and then I'm going to say /like. So this is going to say authenticate token, and it's going to have your async method with your request as well as the response in the callback. So let's initialize your try as well as catch block. So catch of error, here I'm just going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a message being error liking post. And inside if you try block, I'm going to say const post is going to be equals to await post dot find by ID of your request dot params dot your ID. Okay, so here I'm going to check if at all there is no post found, then directly return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with a message being post is not found. Okay, so yeah, once this is done, I'm going to say if at all not post dot likes, not of post dot likes dot includes your ID, that is request dot your user dot ID. We're checking this because a user can only like a post only once, right? And if all they press on the post again, we're gonna unlike it. So here I'm gonna say post dot likes dot push that particular user ID. I'm gonna say request dot user dot your ID. After doing that, just say await your post dot save. So the changes are gonna get saved to the backend, right? So yeah, once that is done, I'm just gonna say result dot JSON of your post. That's it. So this is your endpoint for liking any particular post in the community tab. Next step is let's try to add a comment. So I'm gonna say app.post. It's gonna be /API /posts, again your /id, that's dynamic, and /comments. This also it's going to take in the middleware, that is authenticate token, and it's going to have your async method with the request and the response in your callback. Here we need access to the text, that is basically your comment. I'm going to say const text is going to come from your request.body. Here if no comment is found, then I'm going to say return result.status of 400 .json with a message being comment text is required. So now let's initialize the try as well as the catch block. So try and then catch. Catch of error. Here I'm going to say result.status of 500 .json with a message being error adding comment with that particular error. Within your try block, let's try to get the comment. I'm going to say const comment is going to be equals to, let's try to create a comment, new comment. So this comment is already imported at the top, as you can see, this one. So we're going to say new comment, and here this in turn is going to take in your post id, that is going to be equal to request.params.id, the user id, that is going to be equals to request.user.id, as well as your comment for that particular text. After that, I'm just going to say await your comment dot save. Okay, so here I'm going to say const post is going to be equals to await post dot apply a find by id, and here this in turn is going to take in your request dot params dot your id. If we have the post in the backend, then just add the comment. I'm going to say post dot comments dot push comment dot underscore id. Then here I'm going to say await post dot save. Okay, that's it. Here I'm just going to say result dot status of 201 dot json of your comment. Okay, let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. So let's write one final endpoint for the project, that is to get all of the comments for a particular post. So here I'm going to say app.get method, it's going to be /API, then /posts, then again your dynamic id / your comments. This is going to take in your async method with your request as well as the response in the callback. Let's initialize your try and then catch block, catch of error. So just copy this down and paste it over here. So here we're just going to say error getting comments. So within your try block, let's say const comments is going to be equals to await, I'm going to say comment dot find method. We're going to find based on the post id, right? Because for a particular post we need to get the comments. So it's going to be equals to request dot params dot id. Also we're going to make use of the populate method and get few details for the user. So I'm going to say populate with respect to user id and get all of these details, that is name and email of the user who has commented it. Also we need to sort it, so we show the latest comments at the top. I'm going to say sort with the help of created at value, it's going to be -1. Format. Yeah, so this is your endpoint for creating, for getting all of the comments for a particular post, and we're just going to say result.json of comments. Okay, that's it. So yes, let's try to log out and then log in. Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, we have already been logged out because it's been a lot of time. Okay, so the token is of course expired. Let's try to sign in over here. So there you go, we are currently logged in as of now. So now let's try to implement all of your endpoints inside of your community screen, right? So let's go to the point where we have our post being rendered. So I'm going to say community screen. I think probably we do have a component that we are trying to render, that is render post. So there we're going to implement this. Let's come back over here initially. Yeah, this is the point. So where we have the like button to the touchable opacity, here I'm going to say on press taken a function, and it's going to say handle like of your item dot underscore id. Let's define the function that is handle like. Here I'm going to say const handle like. It's going to be equals to async function, which in turn is going to take in your post id of type string. Here first of all I'm going to check if at all no token found. I'm going to say set model visible to be true, and then return directly from the function. Okay, if at all we do have token and all the other details, I'm going to say try catch block console.log error with that particular error. Instead of your try block, I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await Axios. So let's try to import Axios from Axios. It's already imported. So Axios.post method. So basically this is going to be your URL, that is http localhost 3000 / API posts post ID as well as your like. Okay, so here we're going to pass in just empty. There is nothing to pass, and your headers. So in turn is going to take in your authorization. Here I'm just going to say bearer, then $token. Okay, that's it. Let's try to format once. So once it's done, we do have our local state, that is posts. We're just going to set the posts. Okay, so here after the response I'm going to say set posts to be of posts dot map. So for every post, if my post dot underscore id is going to be equals to post id, that is coming from your parameter, then it's going to be equals to response dot data. Else it's going to remain post itself, because we need to show that updated like being modified. Let's try to format once. So it's actually, let's try to implement this. Let's press on the like button. So we should be seeing one like being shown onto the screen. So there you go, automatically as soon as I press on the heart button, the like value changed from 0 to 1, and you can verify the same in the backend as well. It should have 1 likes for this particular post. So this is working absolutely fine. So now let's create another screen, that is your comment screen. I'm going to say new file comments screen.js. TSX rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. Let's come back to your app navigator.tsx, and here I'm going to say comment screen. Here we're going to say comment. So try to import your comment screen from the screens folder correctly. Let's try to format once. and then let's try to save. Let's come back to your community screen and let's initialize a on press event on the next button, that is the comment button. Here I'm going to say on press, taking a function. Here we're going to say handle comment of your item dot underscore id. Let's define this function at the top. Here I'm going to say const handle comment is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to, that is going to be comment, and pass in your post id. Format once. Let's try to press on this. As you can see, we're coming correctly to the comment screen. Let's start looking into the design of the comment screen. You can actually check out the screenshot and you can actually see how exactly the comment screen is actually looking. So at the top, initially, let's get in some required things. So I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to use route. Import use route from React navigation, and I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Import that too from your React navigation. Let's get in your post id from your request.params, from your root.params. Furthermore, let's get in your token. It's going to be equals to use app selector. So for every state, it's going to be equals to state.auth. So here it's going to be of type any. So yeah, furthermore, let's try to access the post. I'm going to say const post comma set post is going to be equals to use state. Initially it will be pointing to null. Similarly, let's access the state for the comments. I'm going to say const comments comma set comments is going to be equals to use state. This is going to have an empty array initially. So let's try to import use state from React. Okay, so once it's done, the next thing is const new comment comma set new comment is going to be equals to use state initially empty string. So now over here, first of all, we need to get the post as well as we need to get the comments, because we need to show the post over here, and below that we need to add the comment. So let's try to import. So let's try to initialize a use effect. Here I'm going to define the function that is fetch post and comments. Here I'm going to say const fetch post, and comment is going to be equals to async function. Here I'm going to initialize my try as well as my catch block. So catch of error, I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message. Within your try block, I'm going to say const post response is going to be equals to await. Use the Axios method and then get. It's going to be this URL, http localhost 3000 /API /posts /your post ID. Okay, so here I'm going to say set post to be of your post response dot data. The next one is for your comments. Here I'm going to say const comments a response. It's going to be equals to await axios.get method. This is going to be your URL, that is http localhost 3000 /API /posts / your post ID / your comments. Format. So here I'm going to say set comments to be of your comments response dot data. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Let's try to save the file. Yeah, hopefully there should be no errors. Okay, so now let's try to start designing your return block. So let's make use of the safe area view. Copy that down and use it instead of the normal view that's present. Here we're going to say style is going to be equals to styles.safe area. Within that we're going to have your scroll view. Within that we're going to have a view. I think probably it's basically the same design itself, that is whatever we have done over here. So let's just try to get this particular info over here. So let's just try to copy this down and then make the changes. So within your scroll view we're gonna have this particular view. And for the interaction part there is no touchable opacity, just the text part of it. Let's format once. And this particular image is going to come within the view actually. So this is going to say post container. Let's try to import image. So I'm just going to paste in the same code, that is the styles that is being present over here. Okay, let's try to save the file. Okay, so it says item does not exist for on line number 40. Okay, my bad, it should be post instead of item because we've copied that from the previous screen. So it's going to be post, and for every other thing as well it's going to be post. This is going to say post.likes.length. This also post.comments.length. Let's try to import moment. Save. Okay, it says cannot read property image URL. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's try to, console.log the post and let's see what exactly we are getting. I'm going to say console.log post and then post. Or let's try to comment this out once. Let's say save. So I'm going to press on community over here. Okay, so let's check out the logs over here. So it says cannot read property. Okay, so actually the post is null. Okay, not sure why it is giving that result. So let's see if all we actually have this endpoint. I'm not sure. That is posts and then post ID index.js. So this is different, even this is different. Okay, so we do not even have that endpoint, so that's the reason it is erroring out. So let's actually, define it over here. So this is going to be the endpoint for that. So app.get of API posts and then ID. So we're going to make use of the post.find by ID method, and then we're going to pass in the request.params.id, and we're going to populate based on the user ID and then get in the name and email. Furthermore, we're going to also populate based on the comments, and we're going to get in the text, user ID, as well as the created at value. Save the file. So hopefully now we should be able to see the details being shown. Let's try to reload the app once, and then community. Okay, so we do have that issue again. Okay, so it still says post is null. Let's try to come back to community screen once. Let's try to debug this issue. Not community screen, the comment screen. Let's actually try to log the post ID first of all. Okay, for some reason it's giving this object data value. Yeah, so we are able to get the correct post ID, that is your data value, but we are not able to see the exact details. Here I'm going to say console.log response and then post response. Save. Let's clear the console. Let's press on this. Okay, this cannot read property likes of null. Okay, let's try to comment this out. Okay, so something we are getting now, that is we are able to see all of these details, but we're not able to see the image, right? So it's going to be http localhost 3000, then your post.image URL. So but that is not correctly coming fine. Yeah, so we do have something over here for the post. Now we're getting the details. Comment is empty, image URL is this one, user ID is this one. Yeah, even created at value is coming, but the image URL for some reason it is kind of erroring out. Let's check that one more time. Yeah, there you go, now it's working fine. Okay, so yeah, we are able to show this as well, but let's check out the likes, that if that information is coming or not. Yeah, so we do even have the likes as well. So likes also is present, as well as the comments.length. Comments also is present, which is 0 as of now. Let's try to uncomment that now. Let's check that. So yeah, there you go, it's working absolutely fine. Let's try to reload once and then let's check it out again just to confirm we're not facing that issue again. Okay, I guess I know what's the issue. So once when we come to this particular screen, our user effect is going to run first. I think this is trying to get rendered before we even have the data, right? So let's actually make a check over here saying that if at all we do have your post ID, then only go ahead and then call this function, and it's dependent upon the post ID. So now hopefully we should not get this error and we should be able to see the posts. So come back over here. Okay, so that's weird actually. Let's try to implement the loading as well. Okay, we haven't even added the loading part. Let's do that. So here I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, set it to be true. Okay, And once this is done, I'm going to say finally set loading to be a false. So here I'm going to actually add two more checks stating that if at all loading is true, then import the activity indicator and then just show that part. I think activity indicator is already imported. Let's try to save the file. Let's give this one more try. So there you go. Now that error is gone and now it's working absolutely fine. So yeah, that's the important thing we had to do. Okay, so just make sure you check the condition and then you implement it in this particular way. So let's try to remove the border radius from the image. That's not required. So this is going to say post container. Okay, yeah, we have already given that. Okay, let's look into the design. I think there is some issue with the padding and all the other details. So basically for your post container, let's provide some padding, 15. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in the code for the entire thing, that is even the comment box at the bottommost part. So let's try to paste it just like this. Save. Yeah, so text input doesn't exist, so let's try to import text input from React Native as such. Even touchable opacity doesn't exist. Okay, handle add comment doesn't exist, so let's try to define that function over here. Say const handle add comment. It's going to be equals to async function. So let's give this a try. So there you go. Now we're able to see that post being shown onto the screen. Okay, but I just want it to take up the full space, so let me just change the styles for all of the remaining things over here. So as you can see, that's looking good. This is our post screen and we're able to see all of the comments, and by default the comments is currently empty for this particular post, and this is the design for the bottommost part. You can check it out, and this is how we are trying to render your text input at the bottommost part right from the top. Let's go through it once again. So this design was essentially the same. That is whatever we have designed for the previous one. It's gonna be the same thing, and this is your comments where we are mapping over it, and we're trying to show the comment dot user id dot name as well as when exactly it was posted and that particular comment. If at all the comments dot length is equal to 0, then just say no comments for this particular post, and this is the container to post. Okay, this is the style. You can check it out from the start. So let's try to implement the function that is handle add comment over here. So here I'm going to say if no token is found, then directly navigation.navigate to login, and then directly return from the function. And over here, if your new comment dot trim, that means if at all we do have any value, in that case initialize your try catch block. So try and then catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message. Within your try block, I'm going to say await axios dot post method. This is going to be your URL, that is http localhost 3000 /API /posts / your post ID / your comments. This in turn is going to take in your text, that is going to be your new comment, that is whatever the user enters. Let's format once. Apart from that, you're going to pass in your headers as well. Here I'm going to say headers. It's going to say authorization. Here I'm going to say bearer as well as your token. let's try to format once. So yeah, this is your entire code. Once it's done, I'm just going to say set your comment to be an empty field again, and again I'm going to say fetch post and comments to fetch the latest posts or the latest comments. So this is going to say set new comment actually. So set new comment format, save. So yes, pretty much that's it. We have defined all of the required things for adding a particular comment to a post. Let's try to add a comment over here. So here I'm just going to say this is an amazing recipe, then post. So there you go. Just like that, we're able to see that comment being shown over here, and this is the person who has commented it, and as you can see, it is showing a few seconds ago. So if I try to reload the app once, and it should show it up in the community screen as well. So as you can see, we have one comment and then one post. If I press on this, it should show me the added post. As you can see, a few seconds ago, I have commented which says this is a amazing recipe. So this is how your comments is going to work like, and it is completely scrollable as well. So as we have implemented all of the main features and functionalities in this project, so one last thing that is remaining is your kind of chatbot that's going to come up over here. We're going to design that. So once you press on this particular plus button, we're gonna implement that right now. We should be navigated to the next screen, that is your meal query screen, and based on whatever query the user enters, we should be able to show some kind of recipe to the user. If all there is no recipe, we're going to show some alternative recipe similar to that. So let's try to implement that. So the community screen is completely done. That is, we're able to post, we're able to comment on others' posts, and we're able to like the post as well. So you can basically try out by creating different posts, and you should be able to see the posts getting created in the backend as well. So yes, that's it about this part. Let's move on to the next part, that is we need to initialize a plus button over here in the home screen, and we need to define your meal query screen. So let's get started with that over here. So let's design that icon over here. So I'm going to make use of my pressable for that. So I'm going to say pressable, import that from React Native. This in turn is going to take in your icon, and the style for this, text align of center, and furthermore I'm going to give the name for this. It's going to be add. Size of 24 as well as the color of white. Make sure to import icon over here, and let's give the style for the pressable. I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to have a width of 60, height of 60, as well as border radius of 30, justify of center as well as align items of center. Apart from that, I'm going to say margin left of auto, then our position is going to be absolute, bottom of 35, right of 25, align content of center. Okay, that's it. Let's try to format once, save the file. Okay, for some reason you're not able to see that. Yeah, it is being shown over here. I'm able to see that plus button. So I think I forgot to give the BG color. So I'm going to say background color. So we can give this particular color itself, that is the orange shade, or even this also works. Let's give that over here. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So now when we press on this, we need to navigate to the meals query screen. Let's create that. I'm going to say new file, meal query screen.tsx, rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. So yeah, let's try to import the screen over here. Okay, they should come in the discover stack. I'm going to say meal, and this is going to say meal query screen. import that from your screens folder correctly. Format once, and let's come back to your home screen. Here I'm going to say on press, take in a function. I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen. That's going to be mail. Navigation is not yet initialized, I guess. I think it should be initialized. Yeah, it is already there. So let's try to press on the plus button. Okay, so it says the action navigate with payload name. Okay, a wrong spelling of mail. Yeah, so as you can see, we're coming correct to the mail query screen. So let's get started with designing your mail query screen. So initially for this, I think we need access to the linear gradient. So let's check if all we have installed that. So React Native linear gradient, I don't think that's installed. Yeah, let's install that package. Here I'm going to say yarn add React Native linear gradient as well as React Native animatable also React Native SVG yeah, pretty much that's it for now. Let's try to install all of these dependencies. Let's do a pod install over here. So as you can see, it's installing all of the required things. So now let's come back over here, that is to your mail query screen, and let's start implementing this. Let's try to reload the app. Restart. I'm going to say yarn iOS, enter. So over here I'm going to make use of my safe area view initially. Let's continue designing this. So safe area view, the same thing over here as well. So safe area view, and even over here as well. Okay, so yeah, save the file. Let's pass on the style. So style is going to be equals to styles dot save area, and here I'm going to make use of my linear gradient package. I'm going to say linear gradient so we need to import that from the React Native linear gradient. So I'm also going to import your animatable package as well. So this linear gradient is going to take in the colors that we're going to use. You can add in whatever colors you want to add. So here it's going to have an array of colors, that is FFF 0F5, and it's going to have FF E4 E1. Style is going to be equals to so style, I'm going to say styles dot your gradient. Okay, so yeah, I think they should be colors, not color. And within the linear gradient, we're going to have your flat list being shown, that is with all of your messages. So probably we can increase, so probably we can get the messages from the query, that is what we're going to implement over here. So before that, let's try to just hardcode the flat list. For now I'm going to say flat list, import that from React Native. Data is going to come from your messages. We're going to initialize the messages data in just a bit, and we're going to have your render item method, that is going to be equals to render message, and I'm going to say key extractor is going to be equals to, this in turn is going to take in your item, and I'm going to say index dot toString. Let's format once. let's try to import flat list from React Native. Let's try to comment out this for now. And we're also going to have your content container style. So I'm going to say content container style is going to be equals to styles dot your chat container. Okay, so below this we're going to have the view. So yeah, this view in turn is going to have your scroll view. I'm going to say scroll view. So try to import scroll view from React Native as such. Yeah, it got imported. So below this we're going to show the hard-coded queries as you saw in your demo part of the video at the bottommost part. So let me just get those hard-coded queries and then paste it over here for now. So these are all of the hard-coded queries. So here I'm going to say scroll view, and we're actually going to map over it. I'm going to say hard-coded queries dot apply the map function, and for every query as well as your index over here, I'm going to show my touchable opacity. Within this we're going to show a text with that particular query. So I'm just going to say query over here. So for this view I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot suggestion container. So for the scroll view I'm going to say horizontal, and apart from that we are going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. For this I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot suggestion button. So for this I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot your suggestion button, suggestion text. So I'm going to say suggestion text over here. Let's try to save the file. Let's look into the design once. So there you go, we're able to see that linear gradient being applied over here. That is just for this. So once we do the styling part, it's going to look even more better. So key is going to be equals to index over here. Okay, so yeah, below that we're going to have your input container for the user to enter their input. So here I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have your text input being initialized. So it needs the value. So first of all, let's initialize the state for the value. So this also is going to come from a functionality that we're going to implement in just a bit. So let's actually write down the required conditions for this. So here I'm just going to paste in the conditions, that is style is going to be equals to styles.input, value is going to be equals to input text, on change is going to be set input text, placeholder is going to say ask me anything about food, and we have on submit editing as well as editable is going to be the opposite of is not thinking. All these will be defined in just a bit. So below this we're going to have your touchable opacity. So I'm going to say touchable opacity. Within this we're going to have a text which says send. Let's format once. So this particular view I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot your input container. So for the touchable opacity I'm going to say style is going to be equals to your styles dot send button, and here I'm going to say text styles dot send text. Let's start defining all of the styles one by one, starting off from your safe area view. Safe area. So I'm going to say safe area over here. So this in turn is going to have a flex of 1. Safe. Okay, apart from that I'm going to say gradient. That's also flex of 1. As you can see, as soon as I get flex of 1, automatically it took up the entire space, which is good, and even the linear gradient color is also being applied. So for your chat container, here I'm going to say basically some padding, internal spacing of 15, as well as some padding bottom value of 10. Okay, so yeah, that's looking fine. Apart from that, let's target your message. Probably, I think message is already given. Yeah, so message is going to come later. That is once we initialize that particular function that I was talking about. Apart from this, the next step you're gonna target is your input container. Let's implement that. That is over here. I'm gonna say input container. So this in turn is gonna have a flex of row. So I'm gonna say flex direction row, and then align items of center. Okay. Apart from this, some padding. I'm gonna say padding of 10. Background color of triple F. Border top width of 1. Then border top color of triple E. Then some shadow color of 000. I'm gonna say shadow offset with a width of 0 as well as a height of -2. Okay, so apart from that, I'm gonna give it some elevation of 2. So elevation 2. Let's try to save. So for some reason we're not able to see that design being shown because this part is commented out, because once we need to initialize that particular function. So let's target your send button. So I'm gonna say send button over here. For the send button, let's pass on your style. That is going to be background color of FF2D55, and we're also going to have some padding, that is padding of 10, and border radius. I'm going to say border radius of 20, and some margin left value of 10. Okay, so as you can see, we're able to see something onto the screen, but we need to show that towards the bottommost part. So yeah, we would be implementing that. So yeah, apart from that, we need to start styling out your send text. That's going to be in probably white color. So here I'm going to say send text, color of white, font weight of bold. Okay, so that's looking fine. The remaining things to style as of now is your suggestion container. So let's look into that. So let's initially copy that down. Here I'm going to say suggestion container. This is basically going to have some padding horizontal of 15 as well as padding vertical or padding bottom of 10. Okay, the next thing is your suggestion button. So I'm going to say suggestion button, initially background color of white, and we're also going to have some padding vertical. So I'm going to say padding vertical of 10, then padding horizontal of 15, a slight border radius. I'm going to say border radius of 20, then margin left. So I'm going to say margin left value of 10, border width of 1, border color of triple D. Then we're gonna have some shadow color. Similarly, whatever styles you applied over here, just copy that down and then paste it over here. Save. So there you go. We're able to see something on the screen, and it's currently horizontal. Okay, that's looking actually nice. Format once and let's try to save the file. Then we need to start styling out your suggestion text. Okay, and we're gonna provide it a max width to this. So here I'm gonna say suggestion text. This in turn is going to have some font size of, let's say, 14, as well as color, that is 333, and max width is going to be 200. It should not go above that. Save. So there you go. We are able to see all of the required texts being shown onto the screen, which is looking nice. So as we have designed all of the required things, so now let's look into the implementation of the use query part. Use mail query. So initially, inside of your mail query screen, I'm going to get all of the required things. So const messages comma your input text, comma your set input text, comma is thinking, comma your handle query. Is going to be equals to your use meal query. So let's define this hook within this page itself, or you can define it in some other utils folder or something like that. So here I'm going to say const use meal query is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm just going to get in my hard coded initial messages as well as the set messages. You can feel free to copy this down and try to import your use state. So let's try to import use state over here. So you can just try to copy this down. Okay, so this is basically your messages as well as set messages. It is being equated to use state. So your text is going to be of type string, and is user, it is going to be a boolean value. Is loading is going to be again a boolean, and this is your initial text that's going to come from the AI part. That is, it's going to say, hi, I am your AI powered copilot in the kitchen, and some other texts over here. Okay, you can actually look into this. Let's format once. So below this, let's initialize our input. I'm going to say const input text, comma set input text is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. Then we're going to say const is thinking, comma set is thinking is going to be equals to use state of false. So here let's initialize your handle query function now. Here I'm going to say const handle query is going to be equals to use callback, import that from React. It's going to have your async method, which in turn is going to take in the query that is being sent by the user, which is of type string. Here initially I'm going to say set input text to be empty, because we need to clear the field once they press on the send button. Apart from that, I'm just going to say set your messages to be of whatever was there previously, and here just spread out your previous details, and your text is going to say query, and is user is going to be true, because this is the query being sent by the user part. Okay, I think my bad, I made a mistake over here. That is, for your brackets it should be braces, not the parenthesis. Let's come back to the previous state. Yeah, so over here we're gonna make use of this. Okay, yeah, so this is the correct syntax, and here I'm just gonna bring back the previous states. Okay, so set input text to be of empty, and then set the messages to be of previous, and text is gonna be query as well as is user is gonna be true, and we're also gonna set is loading is also gonna be true. Once that is done, I'm gonna say const response is gonna be equals to await get AI response. It's not exactly AI because we're just trying to use it from the API. So I'm going to say response over here of your query, whatever the user was entering or they have entered, and I'm going to say set is thinking to be of false. Then once that is done, I'm going to say set messages, getting the previous messages, and over here I'm going to say const new messages is going to be equals to whatever is there in the previous messages at that particular point of time. And over here I'm going to say new messages of your new messages dot length -1. It's going to be equals to basically the text. It's going to be equals to response dot trim, and here we're just trying to return the new messages. So now let's define the function that is get AI response over here. I'm going to say const get AI response is going to be equals to async function. This in turn is going to take in your query, which is of type string. Here, let's implement your try as well as your catch block, catch of error. I'm going to say console.log error getting response with that particular error. Within your try block, I'm going to say initialize your API key. I'm going to say const API key is going to be equals to something over here. You can get that from the Spoonacular API key, the same API key that we use for the home screen. I'm going to say let search query, it's going to be equals to query dot trim dot to lowercase, and I'm going to say let ingredients is going to be empty for now. I'm also going to initialize an intent string. I'm going to say let intent, it's going to be equals to an empty string. So the next step is we need to pre-process the query. So I'm going to first of all check if at all the query has some instruction words in it. So I'm going to say const has instruction words. It's going to be equals to query dot apply the match method, and we're going to match with the help of this particular strings. That is basically all of these words, that is how, what, give, suggest, make, cook, and so on. So if has instruction words, the next step is we need to extract the potential ingredients or keywords from that particular sentence. So I'm going to say const potential keywords is going to be equals to search query dot apply your replace method, and over here we're going to pass in a regular expression, okay, just like this. And I'm going to split further. I'm going to say dot split the help of just an empty space dot apply the filter method. So for every word, it should not be equal to all of these words. I'm going to paste in right now. Okay, and you need to also check if it includes the word dot to lowercase, that is whatever the user has entered over here in the input box. So further on, we're going to filter the word, and we're going to check if at all the word dot length is greater than 0. So here I'm going to say dot filter for every word if my word dot length is greater than 0. So once this is done, okay, my bad, I think this should come over here. Yeah, so here I'm going to say ingredients is going to be equals to potential keywords dot apply the join method, and trim it over, or just enter a hard-coded value which says chicken rice. And intent, we're going to set it to be recipe. Else, if at all we do not have any of these words, in this case I'm going to say treat as ingredient list or keyword search. I'm going to say ingredients is going to be equals to search query dot apply your split method, and further on apply this regular expression, and we're going to filter based on if at all checking that if at all the word length is going to be equals to, if at all the word length is greater than 0, and then we're going to join all of those ingredients. So the next step is if at all you want to console.log the ingredients, you can do that. So apart from that, the next step is we need to search with ingredients as well as the intent. So for that, let me initialize the URL that we have over here. We can do that just after your else block. So I'm just going to paste in the URL. It's a bit long, you can actually look into it, and import Axios from Axios. Okay,
So this is going to be your URL, https://spoonacular.com/recipes/complex search, and query is going to be equals to encode URI component of your intent or your search query, and if at all it includes the ingredients which is matching this one. Okay, and this is basically our API key, and we're going to say add recipe information is going to be true, so we get all of the recipe information data as well. So now once this is done, let's come back over here. Let's write the condition stating that if my response dot data dot your results is present and response dot data dot results dot your length is greater than 0, then in this case I'm going to say const recipe is going to be equals to response dot data dot results of 0. So I'm going to say const lines is going to be equals to basically an array. Here I'm going to say recipe with a dollar stating your recipe dot title. So these are the lines that are going to be displayed to your user. Okay, so apart from that, it's going to have your recipe dot analyzed instructions as well. Here I'm going to say recipe dot analyzed instructions, then go into the steps, apply the map. So for every step which is of type string, okay, I think I made a mistake over here. So for every step here get that particular step, so I'm going to say step dot step, or it is going to say no detailed steps available. Okay, apart from that, it's going to have your total time. I'm going to say total time so this is going to say recipe dot ready in minutes and then your minutes value. Apart from that, your servings, I'm going to say servings, this is going to say recipe dot your servings. Furthermore, your ingredients, I'm going to say ingredients so this is going to be equals to your recipe dot extended ingredients dot apply your map method. So for every ingredient, take in the name that is going to be of type string, just give me that particular name, and you can apply the join method as well with a comma. That's it. Let's set a format once. So now let's get in our full response. So here I'm going to say let full response is going to be equals to initially empty. Here I'm going to say for const index comma line of my lines dot entries. Here I'm going to say await new promise. Here I'm going to resolve it. I'm going to say resolve, make use of a set timeout over here. Pass in 600 milliseconds. Okay, so your full response is going to be equals to, I'm going to say plus equals line plus your index should be less than lines dot length minus 1
if this is the condition, it's going to come into the next line. So lines dot length -1, else it's just going to be empty string. And after this is done, we're just going to set the messages, so that is going to be displayed over here in the UI part. And furthermore, we're just going to say return your full response. Okay, that's it. So now the next step is you're going to implement the fallback. That is, if at all there is no details for that particular query, we need to get a random recipe if no match is actually found. So we're just gonna implement the same way, that is the same functionality whatever we have done over here, but just that this is gonna change. Okay, so let me just paste in that over here, that is just below your full response, that is this part. So I just pasted in the code for this. Let's set a format once. So this is basically your fallback if at all there are no recipes for the current query. Okay, so we're just trying to get a random recipe over here with your API key, and we're just going to get one recipe, and response is going to be equals to axios.getOf URL. The same thing we have done over here, what we have done at the top part. As you can see, same lines, and even again we're going to make it the same for loop and then get it. And here we're going to return, sorry, I couldn't find a suitable recipe if at all the recipe is actually not found. Okay, you can actually give a better console.log message for the catch block. Let's implement that. So instead of just showing this, you can actually show a detailed message over here. Let's try to format once. Save. It says cannot read property messages of undefined. Yeah, because it is not yet implemented over here. Okay, so now the next step is we need to implement the render message functionality, that is this one. Let's try to uncomment all of these things as well as this too. Save. Okay, so as you can see, we're still getting all of these error messages because I think probably we have not exported it. I mean, my bad, we have not returned it from the previous query, that is from this particular hook. Let's import that over here. My bad, let's return it over here, just like this. So try to return your messages, input text, set input text is thinking as well as your handle query, so that we could use it over here in your mail query screen. Save the file. Now we need to define the render message. So I'm going to say const render message is going to be equals to, it's going to take in your item. Here I'm going to say item. Here what and all we are going to use, we need to write that. I'm going to say string is user is going to be boolean. The next thing is loading. Here I'm going to say again boolean. Okay, so here I'm gonna return the values. I think probably there is a bracket error. Let's try to fix that up. Okay, format once. So here I'm gonna say if my item dot is loading is true, then in this case I'm gonna say return a view. Within this we're gonna have your activity indicator. Size is gonna be small, and your color is gonna be this color code. So color, I'm gonna say FF 2D and then 555. We're also going to have a text which says thinking, and here I'm going to have another text which is going to show all of the dots. So style is going to be equals to styles dot loading container. Here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot loading text. Here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot your dots. So yeah, if at all it's not loading, we're going to show the remaining design. I'm going to say return. I'm going to say animatable dot your view. Within this, just show the text, and over here I'm going to say item dot text. So I'm going to say animation is going to say fade in up. Apart from that, I'm going to say duration, that is going to be 600. Then finally easing, it's going to say ease in and out. So style is going to be equals to an array of styles. Default is going to be styles.message. If item dot is user, it's going to be styles dot user message. Else it's going to be styles dot system message. Let's try to format once. Okay, and this is going to say styles dot message text. Let's try to save once. So handle send is not yet defined. Okay, so let's define that over here. I'm going to say const handle send is going to be equals to a sync function. Here I'm going to say if not of input text dot trim, then directly return there is nothing present in the query. Else I'm going to say await handle query of your input text. Save. So there you go. Just like that, it's looking really good. That is, automatically everything came towards the rightmost part. We just need to style the input a bit, and even this one should be styled out. Okay, so starting off from your input, let's start styling out your input. Let's give it some flex of 1 and some other styles. I'm going to say input over here. Initially flex of 1, height of 40, border color of CCC. Furthermore, border width, I'm going to say border width of 1, border radius of 20, padding horizontal value of 15, okay, wrong spelling of padding. Then we're gonna have font size of 16 and BG color of this color code. F9, save. So there you go. Just like that, we're able to see that text input being designed correctly fine. Apart from that, we need to start styling out your loading container. So you can basically check out the design for this. Save. Then for your loading text, I'm going to say loading text, font size, I'm going to say font size of 16, color is going to be 333, margin left of 5. Okay, so finally we need to style out a few more things, that is your system message, user message, as well as the message. So starting off from your message, this in turn is going to have some padding of 15, then border radius, I'm going to say border radius of let's say 15, and margin vertical value of 5. It's going to have a max width of 80%. Then I'm going to copy down the same color over here, that is for the shadow designs. Save. Okay, so this part is done. So for your system message, let's pass on the styling. this in turn is going to have a BG color. So I'm going to say background color of white. Furthermore, align self of flex start. As you can see, as soon as I style this out, it's looking really good. For your user message, I'm going to say user message. I'm going to say BG color. It's going to be this one, that is 007A, then double F. Align self is going to be flex end, so it comes towards the rightmost part. I think we have a few more things to style, that is message text as well as the dots. So here I'm going to say message text. Font size of 16. Color of 333. And then a line height of 24. As you can see, that's looking really cool. And for your dots, probably let's give the final styling. So this in turn is going to have a font size of 16. So I'm going to say dots, font size 16, and a color of this color code, that is FF 2D and then 55. Format, and then let's try to save. Let's try to reload once and then let's try to give this a try. So I'm going to go with the first one, that is the hardcode recipe. So give me a recipe I can pair or make with Dr. Pepper Blackberry. Okay, so let's look into that. So as you can see, for the hardcode values, I think for the touchable opacity we forgot to add the on press. So it is going to say handle send. So here I'm going to say on press. Taken a function, we're going to say handle send of query. Sorry, my bad, handle query of query. And for the post button or for the send button, we need to have handle send over here. So I'm going to say on press handle send format. So that's it. I think handle send is defined already, and even your handle query is also defined. That is going to come from this particular functionality. Let's say I'm going to press on this one. So as you can see, thinking, and it gave us some issue. Probably I didn't enter my API key. As you can see, failure, you're not authorized. Yeah, because I've not entered my API key. I'm just going to paste in my API key over here. And as you can see, as soon as I entered the query, that is from the hardcode queries, we were able to see that thinking logo being shown onto the screen, and we got some response from the other side. Let me enter my API key over here and then try it again. Okay, so I've just entered my API key. I'm just going to try this out once again. Let's come back over here, and I'm going to press on this query. You should see that thinking logo coming up or the thinking design coming up, and then you should be able to see the results. After all, we have something. Let's give that a try. So there you go, it's thinking currently, and finally we have something onto the screen. Probably it might not be the exact thing, but if it is not exact, it is going to go into the fallback thing, and it's going to show all of the required things over here. That is your servings, ingredients, whatever is required. This is basically coming from all of the lines that we initialized. That is all of these things. So we have recipe, total time, we have servings, we have ingredients, and we have, yeah, pretty much that's it, and total time as well. So yes, we are able to implement the required things based on the basic API that we are going to use. Yeah, so as you can see, it's working absolutely fine. We are able to fetch all of the required things, and probably it might not work if at all you send some other different kind of query in the input field. So it would directly give you the message saying that I do not have the response for this, or I couldn't fetch a recipe, please check your internet connection, something like that. Okay, so if you have implemented a simple and a basic kind of chatbot for this particular application. So that's it about the entire project. We've implemented it in a simple way where we have designed 4 tabs: the home tab, your community screen where we are able to post, like, comment on a post, as well as we have also implemented the meal plans and the proper login as well as register functionality of the user. So hope you found this project useful, and yes, that's it about this project. Let's do the next one, and then thank you for watching.